don't know if that counts as a tactical boosh. Just a strategic boosh. Oh, Verdon, also unwelcome. Alnus, coming in. Ortritzi, what ho and welcome. So yeah, I was just quickly doing the go live message and whatnot. Yeah, I'm glad that everybody who was stoked for it had a really good Nintendo Direct this morning. I do want to say, I hope you all don't think I'm a poo-poo curmudgeon when it comes to talking about Nintendo stuff. Because those of you who are stoked for Kingdom Hearts 4, let's say 4. Yay! This could be fucking good. And Ocarina of Time remake looking, wonderful. Like, let's fucking go. The only reason I kind of tend to remove Nintendo from the conversation is it's like, it struck me this morning, the best analogy for Nintendo is kind of like Chex Quest, but at a much bigger, much more successful level, Nintendo's games exist to push the Nintendo juggernaut forward. But they do treat their teams pretty good, and those games don't suck. You know what I mean? Oh, I didn't even see Splatoon Raiders. Ninjala! Ninjala! I don't know why I wanted to say that. Dustin, what and welcome. It's Tuesday, innit? I'm still laughing at the bad rap reggae cop from There Are No Ghosts in the Something Hotel. That was the most painfully British thing I've seen in a while. Is that how they pronounce it? Okay, that feels better. Ninjala! Like murdery Pikmin. I haven't really caught up on the Nintendo stuff this morning. I am super happy for those of you who have got cool Nintendo stuff to be stoked about. I would not say I have fully recovered from Steam Next Fest. But I do want to say again, thank you everybody who hung out for that Project Silverfish on Sunday. I needed that. Yesterday, I just sat in my gym jams. I played Arena for hours. Then, when I couldn't get any matches, I watched Chainsaw and Invincible. And I made... Oh! Or Treaty, heckin' thank you. You stole that money from Jazzy Jeffy B. And yeah, I made god tier, slow cooked pork pineapple tacos. I'm getting really good at it. It's still not the same as the tacos I had at GDC, not this year, but last year. But it's kind of gone off into its own thing, which is just great. PVS. I'm sure I have no idea what you could mean. And Numbers, what and welcome. Happy Nintendo Direct Day to those who celebrate. It's fun. Nintendo have added gacha mechanics to their directs. Every time you have a Nintendo Direct, is it going to be good? Is it going to be terrible? You never know. But like I said to the preamble and VOD squad, it's I am genuinely happy for you all. The reason we don't talk about Nintendo stuff is it doesn't really affect us. It's kind of like talking about Hasbro, and well, I guess that does affect us slightly more.
Sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Hey Timmy, what is your favorite episode of Nintendo Direct?
The puppet episode, fucking obviously. Like you even got to ask. Mega Boss, heckin' thank you. Nearly 50 months.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Someone told me it was a year of the horse, but I don't know which horse. Probably one of the Yuma Museum girls.
All I'll say on that, Sagara, is, hey, don't get the cheap steaks at the Horse Girl Stadium. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm gonna say. But no, like, Ultrazini, that was 73 months. Mega Boss, 49. Sagara Cameron, 26. Like, that is one of the things that, I don't know. I love Twitch. I like, love, strong word. Out of all the places that I've had to spend the majority of my work time, I actually like this site. I just wish, I don't know, the gamification of, like, subscriptions and stuff like that. I don't know. In the beginning, it's great, right? But then it seems to almost trivialize 50 months? Cigarette was the smallest of those subs, and that's over 2 years. 2 years! This! You could have learned a language, but instead, you listened to a numpty. God, I hope it's at least been informative. Yeah, Ortrici, I think you came in just before COVID. I don't remember if you came in during the GameWorks arc, or the post-GameWorks arc. And Scotty, Watto and welcome. That's 2 baker's years. Yeah, you get a couple of extra months just in case you
Reactor
buff it.
online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
This basement at Cult HQ is getting pretty dark.
Well, Little Fire, despite being across the room, still, thank you for 18 months. And friends, I need you to know how much I dote on Little Fire. We had food yesterday.
I've never eaten.
I didn't go for the full bit yesterday. Little Fire did a crazy long day at work. But I wanted to be there with, like, the towel and the squeezy bottle. You know, like at the end of marathons and stuff like that. Catastros. Pebs did it. 3 cheers for premium will. Oh shit, and Scotty arrived on their birthday nearly 8 years ago. Fuck. Yeah. Some of the best things I ever got from Fred and Emily was Scotty and Rilu. And C222. Oh. But yeah, thank you all. As I said, I had a lovely nothing day off yesterday. I played Arena Breakout for most of the day. Then I couldn't get matches because my missions were really difficult. So I watched the last episode of Invincible and then finally got to see the Chainsaw Man movie, which was very pretty.
Stop that incessant clicking.
You're not allowed in the genetics lab anymore. I'm changing the code. I'm changing the lock. All right, you all heard me. All right, timestamp this. Little Fire is not allowed to fuck with a genetic splicer anymore. Shark Gremlin. I do want to point out that like over 40% of Chainsaw Man the movie is shark or shark related. Just want to point that out. Well, so numbers, it's not that it wasn't good. It starts incredibly strong. And then it kind of folds into just a big episode of Chainsaw Man, which is fine. But the beginning of it is brilliant.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Shark Gremlin and Gremlin Shark! I should have changed the codes ages back. This is why you got me playing Sons of the Forest again, to distract me to getting the genetic splicer.
Well, actually, I got that months ago.
Oh. Piss. But PVS and Little Fire, thank you both.
Local ginger walks for 12 hours to put food on the table. Good work ethic, slow cook.
Errorman, thank you. And it's because you lot chuck fucking bits and money at me that I get to cook and eat. Like, we bought like an industrial amount of pork shoulder, like a month ago?
Yeah.
And I slow cooked the last of it yesterday. So let it defrost.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Why? Oh, God. Stressed burp. Why have the sharks been released? Why are they in the forest? You're all terrorists. I don't need new fears. Errorman, thank you kindly. Fearless and PVS and all of you. Catastros, the Chainsaw Man V, if you will. I will not. Fucking terror. Oh, come on now! That's it. You're all banned from creating genetic abominations. That's it. No more nightmare monsters for anyone. I'm calling it. I'm gonna call Wesker. He's gonna come pick up the machine. He's gonna tell you all off.
Stop that incessant
Why?
clicking.
PP shark followed by desert sharks. Thanks, I hate it. It's like evolutions if they were horrible in every way. I used my piss stone on the baby shark to make PP shark. I know Monster Hunter has desert sharks, but usually I have a very big gun.
Wesker won't help you, he loves a genetic advantage.
Wesker will do anything if you pay him well enough. Scotty, thank you for the 200. Oh. Oh. So, Errorman, I actually haven't started fucking with the baking side of stuff, but... God damn it.
We would like to remind people that if you get your clothes dried at Barn MeUndies, please do not go sleep next door at the sleep snore. You will be lost for hours and your clothes stolen.
Bing bong. What is happening? What is happening? The alerts haven't even caught up. The train is blasting past.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Who is Shark Sharkington? Did you mixed a shark with another different, possibly British shark? Thanks, I hate it.
Stop that incessant
Arctic
clicking.
shark, really? They're called the Greenland shark, and they are almost immortal.
Stop that incessant
Complete
clicking.
global saturation. A shark on every corner. Shark serration? No, we'll come back to that one.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Shark trainer penguin. Why? Why are you all like this? The train's at level 4 just based on shark jokes. Why? Revenge for that penguin you shot. Touche. Touche. Bastards, a lot of you. Bastards. Do you have to ask, is the train jumping the shark? Thankfully, no. Oh! Oh, Scotty, you are in fact correct. The package from Scotty has arrived at the PO box. Heckin' thank you.
So I guess we're grabbing that tomorrow.
Yeah. Going a little trundle. Yeah, as of 20 minutes ago, it landed. I get a little email when it comes on through. Fucking course it has. Well, Scotty, I know it's a huge pain in the backside to send anything international these days, so I really appreciate it, alright? Thank you. Okay, you'll run out of sharks and bits to throw, feckin' terrors. So, happy Tuesday, Watto, and welcome. I hope you all have recovered from Summer Games Fest as well as you can. I have mostly recovered. Mostly. Yeah, there's a little bit of game news stuff to talk about, not much. Mostly, I'm still trying to understand Summer Games Fest. Like, we were talking about on Discord yesterday of, like, what did we miss? What was missing? And you know what? I think I've kind of, considering how Microsoft have been talking, I do think that with the big players, it really is no one at a C-suite level wants to acknowledge, like, the chip shortage or the fact that they're not going to be able to make another generation of consoles. I think what we saw was all the kind of the different factions who have been told, hey, you're going to be doing a showcase for Summer Games Fest. I think it's been them scraping together what they can, while the people up top are kind of, they're playing a game of first person to admit there's a problem loses. No. Sorry, Catastrophe says Will woke up at normal people hours once, and the entire week is ruined, apparently. Though I am going to take tomorrow off. I didn't want to skip today, because all the Rain World squad didn't get a Rain World session. Okay. And the train has concluded. Seriously, like, shark jokes aside, thank you. Like, a level 4 train is no joke. That's a lot of support, and I like eating and I love doing this, so thank you. Also, I think it was Ehrman was suggesting doing frittatas with the pulled pork. That could be good. But also Moose suggested rice balls with the slow cooked pork at the center, and I'm like, oh, I've been eyeballing a rice ball mold for quite some time. So yeah, I mean, sorry, Scotty was saying that Sony wanted Wolverine and New God of War as PS6 launch titles. I think there are, the problem with the corporate world, especially at large scale, at high tiers, is that you can't just talk honestly. Like, launching a game cross-platform always sucks, with no exception. I know. So Vershi, what's on? Welcome. Welcome back. Congrats on surviving the unwashed. Your dish awaits you. Jess actually went and got me coffee this morning. Like, just little, like, coffee stuff. So I have coffee. I'm okay. And I have, like, a super backup emergency jar of coffee if it ever gets bad. Is it good? Probably not. I've been saving all the grounds that didn't get used for espresso from, like, fresh beans and stuff. But, yeah. But yeah, Vershi, it's good to have you back, mate. But yeah, jumping back. Launching a game cross-platform always sucks, with no exception. The devs would much rather launch a game on one or t'other, but not both. The publisher is usually the one to push for cross-platform. But Sony and Microsoft can't admit, in a corporate environment, that then just it is not feasible to make a next generation. They've had this strategy. They've been planning the PS6 and the Xbox SSSSSS for however fucking long. And now, somebody is going to have to say, yeah, actually, we're not doing that. or they have to drastically rethink what that console is. You know, lower specs, cheaper machine is probably the way to go. And I think, like, there are whole swaths of these huge operations whose job is just promote the games that exist, right? There is no unified vision. There is no one person leading these huge operations. And I think that's a big part of why Summer Games Fest felt a bit weird. You know, the indies are hungry and they are making good shit. You know, the difference between what's happening at like corpo video games and the sphere where we are, the core like indie dominated sphere, could not be more different. You know, Xbox Essex. I do like Xbox SSX tricky because it's tricky to rock a rhyme that's right on time. It's tricky. So Bismarck, again, with like Nintendo Directs, there isn't really too much to dissect that really affects us. Jujutsu Kaisen is a huge global brand, and it could be that they want to keep more of the pie, so they're switching publishers. You know. Sorry, they're doing in-house publishing, not switching publishers. You know, and it's not impossible to do that. Oh, thank you, Eriman. I did not see the One Piece cozy cooking game. That sounds amazing. I've been watching little clips of one of the newer dungeon cooking shows that has been very inspiring. Come payday, I'm making Little Fire like a bacon-topped meatloaf recipe that I saw. I mean, Bismarck, like, Bandai Namco is not small. They'll be fine. And it's worth noting that a lot of those manga titles haven't really done great outside of Japanese regions. You know, Bandai Namco will probably be focusing on the IPs that they wholly own. Remember, if you're publishing something like a tie-in, a crossover, etc., someone's getting paid. If Bandai Namco release, I don't know, a One Piece game, the One Piece estate, or whoever controls it, what have you, is getting paid. Now, what that deal looks like varies from place to place. Oh, and it's getting a Steam release? Fuck yeah. I guess that's fine. Sorry, Vern, when you said One Piece cooking game, I was expecting like a gorgeous 3D animated, the kind of thing that's going to make you be like, oh, this looks fine. It looks like a Mabage. I want some photogrammetry. I want some meat. I am, yes. Yeah, unfortunately that looks very mid. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm not trying to be an arse. But then that's also one of the reasons why, like, anime games very rarely hit super hard because, a lot of anime properties are controlled by a council, essentially. And that tends to lead to a lot of red tape, which doesn't lead to a lot of creativity, Aeon, that's what I'm fucking saying. I want a game where you have the One Piece combat, and then you have Monster Hunter tier cooking in between. Wait, Bismarck, are we talking about Murimasa, the Demon Blade? The gorgeous side-scrolling hack-and-slash follow-up to Odin's Spear that was unfortunately cursed to be on the Wii. Fuck yeah. remember how to fucking spell it. Okay. Go over here. Okay, it's being called Muramasa the Revenant Blades. Fuck yeah. Vanillaware's not... Vanillaware's games are timeless. And considering the market right now, like, that would do fucking... That's gonna do fucking great. Like, I did pick up a copy of Muramasa for the Wii, but the Wii controller was garbage for it. And sure, you have to like the little GameCube plug-in one, but getting the Wii set up and leaving it set up was not a maneuver. Fuck yeah. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here drastically. So, hello. It's lovely to have a big old slew of things to get excited about, like post Summer Games Fest on top of everything else. Summer Games Fest was a deluge, and it's been interesting to see people's like top 5s, top 10s, because they're so wildly different. The two things that I've taken away from Summer Games Fest is that we've lost a lot of institutionalized knowledge when it comes to how to market and sell games. Like, okay, if you want an exercise, look at the 3 different assets they put out for Control Resonance. Look at the gameplay trailer they did, which has the kind of the striking red visual style. Look at the talking heads thing we saw from the Summer Games, from PC Gaming Showcase. And then look at Jesse Cox's pre-release like gameplay video. And, you know, I'm very glad that we still have folks like Jesse Cox kicking around, because, you know, he's a good bloke, but he's also a professional and he knows how to show off a game. You know, a lot of the assets we saw throughout Summer Games Fest were just bad. And honestly, someone needs to be fired, whether professionally or from a canon, for the not Mass Effect talking video. Like, Matthew McConaughey in a Mass Effect game? Alright, you have my interest. Okay, the most boring sounding man sounding bored, talking about a game and making it seem like the most boring game alive. Nah, I'm good. My interest dead. Yeah, Philosophy was really cool. And we shout about that one. You know, the mouth-washing team are making a co-op horror tank game. Let's fucking go. Ultimately, there wasn't anything from Summer Games Fest that I need to be, like, grabbing you all and shaking you. You know? There were lots of big pieces missing. You know? There were no sports games. There was none of the big mainstreamy pushes, except for a little bit of Call of Duty. And I think this just speaks to the fact that Summer Games Fest is becoming more and more of a focal point for enthusiasts, not a focal point for culture as a whole. You know. And as we were saying earlier, that the elephant in the room being that no one wants to admit that they can't just do another console generation is leading to this point where, you know, the troops are doing their assigned tasks, but the generals have no fucking clue what to do next. You know, that's why a lot of the big assets we saw were by the numbers. You know, you don't need to talk to management as much if you want to just do a talking head, boring dev diary asset. You want to do something interesting? Ooh, management's got to sign off on it. Got to make a business case. Well, Scotty, like, think about it. Who actually owns the sports stuff right now? The Saudis got a whole bunch of the the soccer stuff, but like it's the World Cup in the US this month. Why were we not drowning in sports announcements and World Cup crossovers and shit like that? Because FIFA don't want to deal with games people. FIFA want to make their own games and games money and just never deal with the games industry. And Fearless, most studios have like an internal... What was kind of fascinating is that at CA we had you had the cinematics team whose time were dedicated to those kind of boring talking head videos and, you know, non-engine cinematics and things like that. And that's one of the reasons why they used us so much for Rally Point, is that me and Craig didn't count as cinematics' time. We were quote-unquote cheaper. So, yeah. We at Moose, that's the other thing that no one wants to talk about. You know, Keeley did not acknowledge at any point the layoffs, the state of the industry, or anything like that. And nor is he gonna. You know, everyone, at least this is Will's reading of the tea leaves. I have no evidence to back this up. C-Suite had not yet ready to admit the AI was a failure, and they're not yet ready to admit that the state of the world is scuppering all the let's do the same thing we've always done plans. So they're all going la 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 la, including Keeley, because he's just following suit. But yeah, if you want to know some of the games that I am personally excited for from Summer Games Fest, I'm happy to talk about it. But you know, I'm here to try and understand the whole kit and caboodle. You know, think back to, I believe it was the Xbox showcase where they had a fucking car on stage and Keanu Reeves revealed that he was in Cyberpunk and shit like that. You know, I remember when the bloke from The Punisher showed up with his dog. He was in an Ubisoft game. Ubisoft were barely there. You know, what was Ubisoft's big push? Remake of Assassin's Creed. I'm still amazed they're still alive, but you know. Oh, and remaking Rayman. You know, Ubisoft's either getting itself ready to be sold or is fighting off another aggressive takeover, and I don't know which. But it's weird, like, so what's happened is we've had this kind of like, we've had this huge explosion over the last like 5 years where games have fully saturated into culture, like movies, like television, right? And now where we sit has not become the focal point of that. We've become like a, not quite a hobbyist sphere, but we've become like a, we're the hyper-focused nerds, we're the core. We're the people that go to the comic conventions and go through Artist's Alley of video games. And that is what Summer Games Fest has become mostly for. Huh, interesting. So Scotty was saying, according to Wiki, so EA still have the FIFA Heroes game this way, but the World Cup rights now with Netflix. And I guess they got rid of all their Netflix games, folks, so... So, yeah. Anyway, I'm not saying that, you know, we missed anything massive from Summer Games Fest. I'm just trying to understand it. And it is kind of ironic to me that we're trying to understand an industry from information we don't have. At the same time, I'm reading a book about information you can't remember. I am still reading There Is No Anti-Memetics Division, and it's brilliant. Bit brain-breaky, but it's good. You know what, Bismarck? That's a good way of putting it. Summer Games Fest is for people that buy more than 5 games a year. You know, and that's the thing. It was fucking War Dogs, which, by the way, doesn't feature any dogs. I will be suing. War Dogs explaining to us what FPSs are, and then saying, you know, we're making this for hardcore fans of an FPS, but here's how you play a shooter. Like, again, the generational knowledge and marketing knowledge just seems to have evaporated. You know, all these big publishers fired everybody who would have known what to do. What's my most anticipated RPG? We're kind of spoiled for good choice. If I'm being perfectly honest, out of everything, the one that stuck with me and made me go, ooh, is the Disco Elysium Vampire the Masquerade title. Jess and I watched a video on the new Bloodlines 2 last night, and we've actually agreed at some point we're going to stream it for you all, because it's wrong. The Seattle PD is not fucking down by Pioneer Square. It's up in Capitol Hill, so don't give me that bullshit. It's so wrong. You know what, Legend? I'm just happy that Dragon's Dogma is getting the love it deserves. You know, Dragon's Dogma dropped when the Japanese industry was still on the back foot, and it did not get what it deserved. Also, so yeah, Aeon pointed out something that I missed, which is there were almost no incremental titles in Summer Games Fest. Now, Bismarck was asking what is an incremental. So, Cookie Clicker was kind of like the quote-unquote idle game, right? And it has inspired loads of games. And those games don't tend to be idle anymore. They tend to have, like, active involvement, but they're incremental. Like, you upgrade a thing while you're playing. You increase it exponentially to wild amounts. The incremental scene is kind of like the Chaos Co-op friend scene in that it keeps selling really good. Now, we did see several of the kind of Chaos Co-op games. And don't call your own game friend slop. For fuck's sake. I can't believe I had to say that. I've seen 2 press assets. Like, and I'm not just saying, like, people have called a game friend slop. I mean, the people themselves have called their game friend slop. I've seen 2 of those. Don't call your video game, you know, we are the #1 shit, bad, terrible, fart bastard genre game. No! Look, genres in video games are decided by users, and that's fine. But, you know, don't call your game a walking sim. Don't call your game friend slop. As Silvers, you haven't missed anything, Rain World. We're just having a big old natter. Oh yeah, no. Actually, and Vershi, that was one of the things that was lovely, is that there was only about 3, maybe 4 games with AI slop in. Real easy to ignore. You know, self-deprecation in your marketing is like the people behind N+, who went, we're back on our bullshit. That was fucking good. I mean, Day of the Devs always is, but yeah, nothing really in the way of incremental games, nothing really in the way of sports games. For everything else, like, just drowning in brilliant titles. Now, I will say, the quality threshold is extremely high, and one thing I did notice with a lot of, you know, games inspired by classic JRPGs, they didn't tell us the story or why we should care. A lot of them were like, we've made this gorgeous JRPG-inspired game. Yes, you have. What's it about? It's a gorgeous JRPG. Yes, you said that. What's it about? I'm gonna need you to give me some details. Who are the characters? What's the world? But it's a gorgeous JRPG. I know. Who's this guy? What's his deal? Will there be a cool samurai frog? And hey, Fred, what a welcome. It's fine. I took yesterday off. Yeah, well, the problem is like the breadth and depth of JRPGs has been going for a while, and standing out in that space is difficult. If you have a quality story, you need to tell me about it. Hell no, Popo. No warrant against me. Yeah, a froggerai, if you will. Well, Silvers, I didn't see the Nintendo Direct, so I didn't realize it was a cavalcade of naked lasses. No one mentioned that. But if you're going to have sexy characters, have sexy characters for everyone. Everybody gets a boob window. If one person gets a boob window, everyone gets a boob window. Dark Souls rules apply. It doesn't matter what your character is. If they put on the Pyromancer outfit, they're wearing the Pyromancer outfit. And anybody who is excited for Stellar Blade 2 might want to check in their fucking search history. I've almost posted and deleted, because there's a few people for their, like, Summer Gamesfest excited, and they've listed the new Stellar Blade game, and I want to be like, hey, this kind of sounds like you want to touch kids. I'm sorry. I mean, we have to laugh. There's one individual who I shall remain nameless, who has done several articles now on the new Stellar Blade, and for the rest of forever, I'm going to be like, are you a nonce? Like... Oh, Moose said, Cloud's black mage outfit better look like Tifa's. Just saying. Yeah. Stellar Blade 2, Operation U-Tree. And exactly, Fearless. Male characters should be allowed to be slutty too. So, Laoshi, as we've said a lot, like, Nintendo Direct is its own thing. Nintendo aren't in the games industry, they're in the Nintendo business. And so they did Nintendo Direct when they did because they don't have to compete. Like, it is interesting to talk about the games to be excited for, but from a business and games industry standpoint, like, Nintendo are they're in the toy business, they're in the merchandising business, they're not in the games business, they just happen to make games. Oh yeah, and Deltarune Chapter 5 is coming out. Is that going to be the conclusion of Deltarune? Because the thing is, like, I survived Homestuck. I can't do Gigapauses anymore. I'll do Deltarune, but I'll probably do it when it's concluded. Yeah, it was very, very sad that one of the few games that we know is using generative AI coming out of Summer Games Fest was Crazy Taxi. Like, that killed all my interest. And Sega were even like, yeah, we know it's controversial. Oh, did you? And you still fucking did it? Yeah, whoopsie doodle, no amount of yeah. It's gonna wash. Remember Crazy Taxi? I mean, that was their attempt, and they almost succeeded. A lot of the Crazy Taxi re-releases, they haven't been able to get the licensing for the music, which left everybody kind of feel like, that's fine. Well, so Thrame, that's the other thing, is like, if you have somebody who is 33 do the motion capture for a character, and then you put that character in the game, and they look 12, nah. Like, someone on the Stellar Blade team needs to go to super jail for being a diddler.
I'm gonna say the whole team because nobody raised questions.
Yet no one said. Sorry, I don't want to dwell on it because it's dark, but nah, it's that whole 500-year-old vampire fucking move.
Yeah, she looks like she's 7, but she's 4,000 years old.
Exactly. Hey, I will say that fucking manga did one good thing, and it was a lot of nonsense told on themselves.
Well, yeah, that's the only good thing, really. Is it's like, yeah, go ahead, put it in mainstream media so
Yeah.
I can know who's loudly discussing.
See, Silvers, it's actually extremely easy not to sexualize children.
What?
I've been not sexualizing children my whole life. It's wildly easy to do. Do you know how much effort it takes to make one main character in one video game?
I don't actually know what to say.
The Aloy's hair in Horizon Zero Dawn took roughly about 1.5 years to make.
Wasn't the hair just by 2 people too?
Yeah.
Like they had like a specific team.
Yeah. It was a special team to make Aloy's hair. Right? And Lyoshi, like, it's one of those things of like, if I was to create a game with something that was very offensive to individuals in South Korea, and then I released that game in South Korea, it's on me, right? If a team from overseas releases fucking pedo bait, I think we're allowed to call it out. I think that's one of those situations where cultural differences need to be acknowledged. Anyway, sorry, I don't want to keep rehashing this one. It was just like I said, there are a couple of individuals from gaming outlets who are going really hard in pushing for Stellar Blade 2, and I'm never going to be able to not think, you know, anyway. We got to see so many great games. There are a few games that I'd like to focus on just in a help the homies kind of way. So pre-release, date added, here we go. Wait, date added. God, my Steam wishlist does not know how to handle itself. Now, these are not added in any specific order. And I just added Muramasa Revenant Blades. But the ones I would like to point out to you all first are a couple of games being made by homies. So first up, our good friend Nathan, who did The Axis Unseen, is making a co-op, non-copyright infringing Friday the 13th game. Oh, please tell me it's not. Okay, here we go. I was hoping it wasn't like, have a look at this. You and your friend are both anthropomorphic, murdery bastards. You know, they tried to kill you at camp. They left you for dead. It's time for revenge. Like, this looks fucking cool. I think there was a part of me that kind of wanted, what was it? Not Lake Placid, that's the puzzle slasher movie. Puzzle slasher game. Well, it doesn't have the destructible environments like the Teardown. It's using procedural generation for the different camps. Was it Camp Crystal? It was Lake something.
Wait, what?
Horror game that turned out to be like a hella complicated puzzle game.
Lake Crystal or something? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Lakeview. Yeah, isn't there like Lakeview or something? You talk about the little pixel guys.
Yeah.
And you gotta play through it, like kind of like that kindergarten game.
Yeah.
Play through it multiple times. Yes, yeah, something like that.
Okay. Anyway.
I don't know.
So yeah, sorry. Felt that in the cheap seats. You okay? Oi. What the No, it's just my wish list not showing me games I've wish listed. Yeah. Okay, and this is the other game that I would like, if you would be so kind as, wishlist it and get it on your lists. As both, this is made by a good friend, Hookshot. It's Night in the Woods Australia edition. And it looks really good. I mean, we also have El Paso Elsewhere too, which I'm sure you all know. Never heard of that one? Oh my god. You're just giving me an excuse to show it off. You know, you're right. I don't need an excuse. Yeah. Zalavir is returning back to El Paso Elsewhere, and the continued adventures of James Savage. If you didn't play it, El Paso Elsewhere was possibly one of the best post Max Payne like gung fu shooters that we've had in ages, and also one of the most realist stories about toxic relationships and addiction in a cool slow motion gun battling versus werewolves game. So yeah, El Paso Elsewhere was something very special. It's really cool to be seeing more of it. So yeah, those are the three, like, support the homies games from Summer Games Fest. As for the rest, let me show you my... Man, Steam is chonking today. Come on, Steam buddy. I've got an audience here. Work with me. There are so many titles I have here. Into the Wind looks like the Porco Rosso game I wish we would get. Thief the Dark Project Remastered was announced, which should do great. You know, Thief was a banger of a game. Definitely one of those... It was inspirational. It started something, but it never sold crazy amount, which is sadly why Looking Glass and stuff went under. Audiences these days are far more games literal, and they've played things inspired by Thief the Dark Project. So, oh yeah, Vampire the Masquerade Eternal Whispers looks like a proper Vampire the Masquerade RPG, which I'm very much looking forward to. And this is currently my big, like, holy shit. Carcass Clad. It's a co-op tank game made by the same people who made Mouthwashing. And it's a horror game. Let's fucking go. Sunset Summit. Old Peak Cool. Retirement Peak. Fuck, we came up with a good one. Beans are an item. Dusker's getting a sequel is so wonderful. I am gonna try and find a cool laptop to play this on and play it in the dark, because it's gonna be amazing. Trying to see if there's another few, like, absolute, you gotta check them. Putrid Sharp. There are a few games that I have wishlisted that are not popping up on my wishlist, so I think Steam is really struggling. Wild and Chill from the same folks that did, what was it, Fishing and Chill? Oh yeah, they're unqualified. Noob's Guide. Yeah, Jibaran. And the thing is like, we've learned so much since Thief came out that a remake of Thief using what we know now to improve it will be amazing. Now, Noob's Guide is one that I am personally looking forward to. I don't know if it's going to be great or terrible or what have you, but this is something that's quintessentially us. Now, you're familiar with the Beginner's Guide, a journey through one person's, like, unreleased Steam demos. This is a journey through somebody's old, like, YouTube gameplay videos. It's a bit janky, it's a bit weird, but it seemed to be coming from the heart. And honestly, you know, we've now had Let's Plays and YouTube and stuff for so long. Like, what is it to revisit your own stuff? Like,
It's very cringy.
yeah. But, I don't know. Usually when people talk about cringe shit, they're talking about, like, disingenuous weirdness. Not the who were we? Who were we when we made our little unregistered Cam 2 videos 1,000 years ago? Be Cringer's Guide. You may, Dustin. You may.
Five Nights at Freddy's. Well, several Pikachu cover.
Who did that?
Who was that?
We did Slender the 15 pages or what have you. Slender the too many pages.
Hey, I like those too.
It was good. Just those fucking bathrooms. And yeah, no, Jabaran, Gloomwood is a very worthy successor, and we have many games that are taking that immersive sim philosophy and really running with it. You know? It's just wild because, like, the games that inspired the immersive sim movement, they popped up, and then those studios died. I think it's quite interesting that, like, Deus Ex and Thief were both wildly instrumental, and yet both of their death nails were due to them being pushed to make more console compatible, more commercially successful games. But in the attempt to go for something more commercially successful, they killed themselves. You know, Deus Ex, what is it? Invisible War. I will still say it's dog shit. But it doesn't matter what I think. It sold so poorly, they never made another one. Then the IP moved over to Eidos, and they did Mr. I Never Asked for This. You know, Thief. We got 3 games that were PC-centric. Then we got Thieforum, which was supposed to be console-focused, which killed Thief. You know what I mean? And Fearless, you should. Right now, there's never been a better time to make something weird and personable. Also, I want to point out Toil and Trouble. This was a standout one for me, because we have loads of cute, cozy games, loads of witch games. Witches are so hot right now. And, hey, it's a witch, you have a cute familiar who's a pig, but narratively, you are an actual working witch, and you are absolutely done with everybody's bullshit, including your familiars. The bit where I saw him going, don't eat that. Get that out of your mouth. Yeah, don't eat that. And having to listen to people's problems and just being like, oh, for fuck's sake. I don't know. I really like the witches stuff from Discworld. So it really spoke to that. You know, going for a quote-unquote cozy aesthetic does not mean you have to be all, la la la, everything's great. Yes. I mean, and Jabaran, we're also seeing another, you know, round of, you know, Corpo don't know what they're doing. And they don't know what they're doing even more so. Now, if you didn't see it, I will be holding auditions for mine and Jess's stream of Acting Out. This is the movies meets Gmod. You will get lines for a scene that you then lay out and then perform live. And then you get like an output movie of you and your friends. I mean, Mega Boss, that's kind of apropos of nothing. The term cozy means nothing. It is... Cozy as an aesthetic for titles is as nebulous as immersive sim. Probably more so. Cozy as a marketing term is used wrong and bad constantly. But Wholesome Direct is one of the showcases that gets loads of coverage. But anyway, so yeah, this is the movies, but you'll get to act it out, and then you get to watch the movie of whatever you did afterwards. This is going to be brilliant for a very specific squad of people. I can't wait. Let's see what else we had that was like real standouts. You know, Beyblade RPG, Fishing Echoes. Oh, and Cordrilla looks very good. And I think that's it for my personal collection. But again, Steam's janky today. I don't know what's going on. So there's a few titles that should be here that I'm not seeing. Island of Bees! Oh, Hyper Primate. Let's go. You know, so Scotty, it's on date added, so it should be showing everything that I added over Summer Games Fest, but there's definitely a bunch missing. So, anyway, let's go back to release date and obscure pre-release. So yeah. Oh, How to Make an Atomic Bomb came in Your Garden came out today, and Crude Oil, which for a time had a very good TikTok marketing campaign, but for some reason they have launched it right after Summer Games Fest, which was not smart. So yeah, the sheer amount of cool shit that we are getting from like a consumer standpoint is wild. And I was trying to talk about it on Sunday, but I was also losing my marbles after like days and days and days of showcases. You know, right now it has never been easier for anyone to make an indie game, but you cannot be safe and you cannot be just fine, right? If you are making a JRPG inspired RPG, it can't just be that. You know, one interesting one that we saw was from the Pride Parade showcase, where you play a drag performer, and it uses an advanced system, like it uses an advanced version of the job system from like 10.2 and things like that. But they're not jobs, they're personas, they're drag personas that you adopt. That's fucking cool. You know, that's got a hook to it. You can't just tell me I've made a platformer, all right? And oh, it's a Metroidvania. And come on, you gotta bust out the big shit now. Come on. It has to be gorgeous or weird or strange, or it's gotta have that what you know. And there were some smart plays. Solarpunk, I believe, dropped during Summer Games Fest, which kind of smart. Okay, yeah, Steam is fucking struggling today. Sorry, I can't show you Steam pages. So yeah, I guess the thing is like, if you're working on something right now, get your bare bones down, get your gameplay locked in, get it feeling good, and then work out how the fuck are you going to make it stand out. Like, you can be Cruelty Squad, you can be the Killing Stone, you know? You can go any which way that you want with your style and visuals. You can go any which way with whatever additional hooks that you add, but yeah, sit down and ask yourself, what is your butt? And not your butt, obviously. But no, it's like, this is your genre descriptor, but... Oh, what was the thing? What was the thing that... Oh. The writers of South Park have this fascinating thing, which is their rule is, they do, what is it, therefore? So you have a thing that happens, and a thing that happens, therefore thing happens. I think to think about indie games is this, like, you have genre, you have thematics, therefore pitch. Like, taking those two pieces, smashing them together, and then making them something wildly different. And, you know, Megaboss, where are your truck nuts? Okay, ages ago, Patrick Gill put out a video about Anthem and why Anthem didn't gel with people, because it was too... Well, he said it was too polished. Let's call it what it is. It was boring. Sure, it was very, very expensive, but it was expensively dull. And he put forth this idea that with visual and creative design is that you don't need to design something that's perfect. You need to design something that's interesting. And he put forth a very solid argument that the mech suits in Anthem would have been better if they'd had, like, weird accessories, like truck nuts. Also, Jabaran, novelty is very different from, like, hook. There are some genres where you can do pretty much what other people have done and then add a novelty feature because users are playing through a lot of them. But it's gotta stand out. It's gotta stand out. Because like if you actually sit and start going through I don't know if Steam still have the showcase of showcases up. They might have pulled it down. Yeah, I think the showcase of showcases is gone. Steam had a page for all of the different Summer Games showcases all together. Yeah. Cool. But it was really interesting to go through it and realize, like, yo, there's a lot of
Do you
same.
know what kind of pants a ghost hunter wears? Just a paranormal jeans.
Moose. Moose, glad to have you with us. Puns, I'm going to file that away. And the next time that Jess and I are doing, like, spooky shit or something, I'm busting that out. Damn, Steel Rising is only $5? Nothing.
What?
Puns has just given me an exceptionally terrible pun that I will be using in the future. Huh. Yeah, I mean, Rodser... You probably weren't there for it, but, like, Damien and I have talked at length about anti-flow. Like, I genuinely think that the industry... Well, I shouldn't say the industry as a whole now that we're multiple industries, but towards the end of the 2010s, like, the main games industry got so obsessed with the concept of the game loop that the game loop became a creed, almost a religion to follow. And removing all of the friction points from your title creates a smooth surface where nothing can grow. You know, once a game loop should be a way to explain what you have, not a methodology by which you create your experience. The game loop was always, or at least in my humble opinion, the game loop was always supposed to explain, like, what do you do? So, okay, so something like this. The moment-to-moment gameplay of Steel Rising is you hack and slash the shit out of stuff. You know, what is the session-to-session? What is the hour-to-hour? And this was a way to get devs to think about things more than just the combat system. Whereas all it ended up being was people hyper-focusing on the immediacy and trying to smooth off any edges. You know? It's wild to me that there's still... The Dark Souls series have, you know, redefined whole swaths of video games, and yet there's still so many lessons to learn. But... yeah. The problem being is that to keep friction in your games, you often have to ignore or do the opposite of what your users are asking for, which can be a little counterintuitive, but you got to stick to your guns. Or, in the case of Subnautica, stick to your no guns. You know, one of the biggest requests that specifically apparently American fans keep busting out is they want guns in Subnautica 2. Now, that's not going to happen, and hey, that was the rule with Subnautica and Below Zero. People did mod guns in, but their philosophy around it was always about understanding or running the fuck away. But, you know, these days we can have whole swaths. Oh, Thrame, don't summon the dumbest controversy in recent memory. It's like when people say they've seen everything on the internet, it's like, nah, it can always be dumber. But, again, games like Cruelty Squad. You know, if you haven't seen it, this is Cruelty Squad. This game has sold gangbusters, and its entire raison d'etre is anti-flow. Someone described this as a game that's meant to make you feel like you're having a panic attack. You know, everything about the shooting is counter to what you would expect. You know, the reloading system, the health system is weird and vague. Now, I'm not saying that you have to enjoy playing a game like this, but its unique vibe, its stressful, like, open-ended, immersive simness is kind of cool. Like, I Divine Cybermancy did so well, and I felt like no one took any lessons from it, except for maybe this. It was really disappointing when the team behind Cybermancy did Space Hulk as their follow-up game, and it was the blandest Space Hulk game of all of them. Yeah, I think Divine Cybermancy might be a better example of, like, anti-flow. Is it Divine or Div? Yeah. Oh, there's no video? Oh, yeah, there are. Okay. Check this shit out. The only downside about Divine Cybermancy is it's old. If you want to play it co-op and stuff, or multiplayer, you have to have a dedicated server. But, alright, this is a bad video. Give me a better video. Nope, still bad. Okay, here we go. But yeah, I didn't see anything else game news-wise, friends, that we needed to natter about. Riot is going hard in on generative AI still for some fucking reason, which is absolutely not going to bite them on the arse. Sega have still not recanted their generative AI bullshit for Crazy Taxi, so I guess, you know... You know, one thing that I did think was really interesting between the Sega Crazy Taxi AI kerfuffle and the Summer Games Fest is that the people who are at a point to be marketing nostalgia do not understand nostalgia, and they don't understand the people that they are trying to sell nostalgia to. Like, Crazy Taxi is not an IP that young folks are going to give a shit about. You know, it is firmly rooted in Dreamcast culture and The Offspring and shit like that. That is a title that dickheads like me will play so much, you know, because it is fun, but also it is a game that reminds you of a happier time. But so many of those folks have lost their jobs to generative AI shit, and if you're in North America, you're having a bad time directly because of that garbage. Like, why would you do that? And then why would you, like, acknowledge that people don't like it and then go, yeah, but we're doing it anyway? You know? I really hated the PC Gaming Showcase because, like, the bit was initially supposed to be like, oh, it's a 90s sitcom. We're going back to the 90s. All right, fine. You know, it's not an original bit, but, you know, okay. But then it simultaneously ripped the shit out of people, you know, who might have enjoyed nostalgia, but then also did the, but also member thing. And it was like, look, either dive into the nostalgia and do like a celebration of the bit, or just mock it, but fucking pick a lane. Yeah. Now, I'm not worried about Code Veronica. The Capcom internal battles around that have been quite interesting. Capcom corporate keeps saying they want to do stuff with, and yet none of the titles they're putting out are actively using it. It kind of reminds me of, I forget which publisher it was, who, one of their teams was like, yeah, they keep saying they have this, like, AI lab with people, but we've never heard of them or seen anything. And then the C-suites had to rush and be like, no, we're totally doing AI stuff. We're totally doing generative AI. And all the devs are like, yeah, sure, mate. Yeah, sure. But, I mean, I know we're kind of laughing about this, but when it comes to these huge projects, you know, where's all the corpo shit that you're supposed to do? You know, focus testing, research, market research, you know. If you're making a nostalgia game, who is your audience? Why will they buy it? What do they care about? You know, Crazy Taxi having The Offspring as part of the soundtrack is a very important thing. That's part of its core identity. All right, cool. What else do those people like? You know, you can't sell a product that's supposed to remind you of the better times, Chumbawamba style. When it doesn't remind you of the better times, it reminds you of how things are bad and what you've lost. And that's not... This is what's so frustrating about it, is that we're not seeing, like, you know, impossible missteps that people could have not... that people could never have known. It's very obvious. But, as this Summer Games Fest has kind of said to me, is that everybody with actual product knowledge who actually knows how to sell video games, most of those people, I guess they got rid of them. And when the C-suites were faced with, oh shit, we have Summer Games Fest coming up, their plan was, I don't know, let's do the same thing we've always done. Well, no, it's just got to, like, consumer testing is a thing that is still done at, you know, large publishers. It's not something you'll ever hear about. Like, there are a large number of companies that get paid stupid amounts of money to do in-depth research on potential genres. I've only gotten to see a few of the really expensive ones in my career, so, I mean, fuck it, there's no one around to yell at me. Rob can't touch me anymore. So when CA decided that they wanted to make a free-to-play game, they did buttloads of research, and they paid companies to give them huge, like, fucking tomes of information about, you know, the free-to-play scene during the 2010s. Now, ultimately, management decided that they wanted to make World of Tanks but Total War, which was not what the audience, or really anyone, wanted. But management were, the command team was super into World of Tanks at the time, so fuck it, I guess. But the amount of research that was done into that space, you know, the amount of testing both internally, externally, trying to find that, you know. Yeah, I guess I've just answered the question myself, you know. They just fucking ignored it. Oh, okay. Oh, to Jarl Glenn Bortst. I did a long shift in QA, and to work QA is to have the curse of future sight, to know everything about a game and what should be changed, and have no power to do anything about it. No one listens to QA. I mean, the irony being is QA don't fix the bugs. QA just finds them. So you have to know everything that is right and wrong about a game, but have no power to change any point of it. It's stressful. But that's another story. So Chaunerus, what and welcome. Okay, so the Muramasa game is the PS Vita version that's getting re-released, not the Wii exclusive. The Wii original, okay. Because I did see that Muramasa is going to be on Steam, which is great. And I am very happy for people who are getting to do the Xenoblade stuff again. I did my time. There's one Christmas I worked security. I just sat there with a secondhand PlayStation 2 and just binged games. Okay, so Chura's saying it's the PS Vita version because it's focused on the 4 side stories that are exclusive to Vita. Okay, there we go. I just Muramasa's Curse was so sad. It was on the Wii, and it did not sell well on the Wii, and then it was on the Vita, and the Vita did not sell well. And it was such a good game, and then they kind of went violently the other way with what was it like, Dragon's Crown or what have you, and that. Dragon's Crown was fine. Like, you know, it was a 4-player brawler. It was also the most over-exaggerated of any of their art styles. Yeah. Well, and Scotty, I used to be a lot more bar humbug about Christmas. Getting kicked out kind of made me a bit of a curmudgeon. But got paid crazy good money to work security, doing like Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, Boxing Day. It was awesome. Okay. Okay, and Dustin, I almost forgot to add your first, which would have been criminal. You are currently in the lead with 2. Vanderbeest, Wolfcrad, Megaboss, J-Post, and Stephagen have 1. So yeah. Jemami says, I wonder how big a target a site that has QA devs and obviously rate games. That probably would have been huge during the 2010s. Now, there are only a handful of like third-party QA sites that you can really go to. So, you know, I can't really see. You would know exactly who each person was based on what they wrote about which game. You know, a few years back, I wanted to do a chat show that was basically like stories about the industry mixed with like Mad Libs. The pitch was called No NDAs Broken, and it was going to be about people telling stories from their industry. People telling stories from their games industry days. But anytime they have to say the name of the game or the name of a person, they pull like a card from a hat. And I thought I was onto a genius moment until someone pointed out that no, they'd be able to work out who it was. And even if it didn't break NDA, there would be some hurt feelings. You know, like I talk to you a lot about my time industry side, but it's not like CA are beating down my doors to have me come back. Fuck knows what Rob's doing these days. I think he went to Sega, and then I saw him pop up on one of those like business people talking business things conference. Which, by the way, they host so many of those, and they're mostly fucking useless. Like, I have learnt more from you lot and talking with you lot about how to understand the parlance of selling modern video games than any of those conference talks. Like, at all. And yet these fucking white blokes bouncing around between these different business conferences, getting paid very silly amounts of money, because the amount you have to pay for those conferences is no joke. To just say wrong things loudly? Like, alright. I think it was about a month ago, the Krafton CEO was one of those talking seriously about like how to do well in like video games business. I'm like, mate, you just, I mean, as the kids would say, fumbled a baddie. You had Subnautica 2. That could have been yours. You fucked it. The fuck are you doing here talking about, how to do well at video games? Legend wouldn't even surprise me. Wouldn't even surprise me. So, friends, we're going to move on over to Rain World. We can still keep talking about all of this. Because I genuinely love talking about this. If there's stuff from the Nintendo Direct that I haven't mentioned, if there's stuff from Summer Games Fest we haven't talked about, then yeah. I got some pointers on what we need to be doing with the Watcher, so I should be slightly less lost. As somebody pointed out in Discord, what's probably thrown me for a loop is that I played the Watcher immediately as it came out, and some of the mechanics have changed since then. Splatoon Raiders is going to be great. I mean, fuck yeah. Splatoon is a great example of how to grow a new IP in an ecosystem, but it doesn't get talked about because, when was the last time you saw coverage of Splatoon Fest? They had literal concerts. Okay. Okay. So we can explore this region, but what I've been told is that with Shattered Terrace, if we go to these bleps now, if you are max karma and go invisible, then you can Splatoon, the new 11-year-old IP. I mean, when it dropped, right? It dropped at a time when it dropped at a time when things were very different. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we have the achievement for Pictures of the Past, which I think means that this is going to take us to the very first of the endings. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pause it. It also gives me a chance to get a little bit more coffee and go to the loo. We are going to get into some pretty deep stuff in The Watcher. You are all cordially invited to come with, and we can talk about everything and nothing. I'm going to put on some smooth jams. Oh, and Seal Bunny, what and welcome. But yeah, this is going to be ending one of, well, we're not going to do the Prince of Rot. So whatever the two new endings are that come from this, that's where we're going to be going. And I think we have to explore a lot of this timeline. And no, see, Bismarck, you're not wrong. The Splatoon games have sold really well. Again, Nintendo's in the toy business, but they did manage to create a new thing in their own weird little way. I would not say that you should study Splatoon in terms of how it sells copies. I would say that you should study Splatoon in how it built community in an online space that is pretty hostile. Oh, sorry, hostile is the wrong word. Nintendo's online ecosystem is a fucking mess and has been. And yet somehow Splatoon still succeeded, right? So yeah, I'm going to be back with all of your beautiful selves in just a second. So yeah, if you need snacks, if you need bevies, now's the time to get it. And yeah, then we're going to get into feeling things and talk about games. Share stream, best stream. Cheek of it all. Cheek of it all. But yeah, no, so I was thinking about it, and what I wanted to say with Splatoon is don't study how Splatoon sold, study how Nintendo built a community, right? Like, because everything else that they do that's huge has been things that they've had since the 8 and 16-bit era. Splatoon is something they made not from nostalgia, but from the ground up. You know, to my knowledge, Splatoon doesn't contain anything else. I don't know. I like community discussion stuff. Like, I know where we are in the Watcher. I just don't know if anything has changed since then. So, yeah. At least this will be the lesser of the least stressful part of this run. Yeah, just a bunch of little guys. Yeah, Lyoshi, I guess that's what I'm trying to say. You can make an IP, making an IP from scratch. Because we're not talking about just coming up with a good idea or making something that's creative and fun. Like, that is a thing that you can do, but an IP, that means you're doing all of the business stuff. Oh, look, it's Baby Moth. What's up, Baby Moth? What's up, Baby Moth? Ow, out of my way. Baby Moth. You do virals, but at what cost? At what cost? How you doing, mate? So I haven't started inviting people, but do you want to go back to Barony on Friday? Oh, look at these little guys. It's the circle of life. I do really appreciate this part of The Watcher because it's interesting to think how some of the things that would go on to become like megafauna, they were just little moths eating little rat guys. If any of you eat me, I will be livid. Even now, the moths are vicious killers. Also, this little scene here, obviously that's a fan, but boy howdy, it sure does look like the karma, the final karma symbol. Well, the problem, Dustin, is it's not who watches the Watcher, because that's me, and it's not who watches the Watcher of the Watcher, but who is watching the Watcher of the Watcher of the Watcher. Who's watching you? Yeah. Well, so I got really weird on Sunday. I got really fucking weird on Sunday. And again, when I say thank you all for hanging out and watching while we were doing while we were doing Project Silverfish, I really mean it. And one of the things I was talking about is like everything that affects the art. And y'all had to put up with me talking about it. Jess had to put up with me talking about it. Like, you don't even know. But what it comes down to is that I am of the belief that all of the things that come together to make us look at games, to make us understand them, know about them, where they're coming from and what they're up to, I think they all count towards how we feel about the games. But then that also leads to situations like this, because DICE was saying they bet this was intentional. I think so. But does it matter? You know, when the bar of creativity swings the other way, unintentional genius, if it affects us emotionally, then fuck yeah. So long as nobody pops up and says, well, actually, then we get to just, the art gets to just affect us like that. If you're wondering what the fuck I'm talking about, so I had this thought, and I still haven't managed to put it into a quantifiable. I still haven't managed to put it into a quantifiable discussion. Yeah, we haven't eaten enough to sleep, but if we go across, it's across, not up. Yeah. I don't think we can eat those little guys. Right. Salvo, guys. But no, I've been trying to work out a way in which we can understand somewhat empirically how trailers affect what we think of games. How things that aren't inherently part of the actual art itself contribute to what we think of them, right? Oh, I still have a hand grenade. Save that for later. I mean, what? Alright. I don't need a hand grenade. Fuck. I have severely fucked up. So that wasn't supposed to happen. But we're okay. It's alright, we just got to go back to that previous area. Yep. Adds the count. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, that's new. I didn't add that. Son of a bad word. Alright, bear with me a second. Fuck's sake, man. Okay. Okay. Alright, so Scotty, you should now be able to do it without. If you don't mind testing it out, I would sincerely appreciate it. No, so that was Streamlabs adding it. The cap your viewers thing is wild. Okay, why is it showing up on the...
Is it because of that new update?
Yeah. The new update, which I had to use, so I was allowed to continue streaming, and it has added stuff.
Maybe that can be our task tomorrow.
Son of a bitch!
What is the fucking problem right now?
Sorry, bear with me a second. Ah, here we go. Oh, my life. I may have to fuck with this later. Ah, here we go. Okay. Okay, we should be good. Sorry about that, friends, and thank you for bearing with me. I hadn't heard that that OG alert noise in so long. It fucking jump scared me. I just want to be a slug cat and talk about video games. Apparently, that literally is too much to ask. Alright. Oh! You know what it was? The first time I tried to do that, I got eaten by one of the big bugs, which is why it didn't work. Okay. So first things first. Grab the grenade. And I'll try and steal that pearl. Okay, so before that fuckery, what were we talking about? Vanderbeest and Scotty, like, seriously, thank you for throwing in. I know I say that daily, but also, you know, we're over 8 years now. The world is insane, and yet somehow I'm able to do this. So, fucking thank you. Yeah, well, and Scotty, the thing is with the giant emotes, those are just supposed to be like a little fun thing, not a, you know, not a oh my god. You know, if somebody does something huge, that needs to be huge. Hopefully the baby moths aren't mad at me, you know, on account of the explosion. True, and Scotty, I used to have them set a little higher as well, but it was one of those things I didn't know if they were going to be fun or obnoxious or what have you. And I actually quite like them. At this point, I would have big emotes as channel points if I could. And like the thing is, Scotty, you do a lot of those throughout a month, and they add up, and that's how I can afford to eat. I really quite like eating as well. I really like cooking. I didn't think I was gonna be one of those people that super got into cooking. But yeah, next payday, I'm gonna get the rice ball molds so I can try Moose's idea of making making rice balls using like the slow cooked pork and stuff. I'll do another sushi night as well. Oh, my goal right now is to eat enough so that we can sleep and grab that pearl. And then it's time for Heartbreak O'Clock. So yeah, I guess we were talking about Splatoon and how like most of the time when an idea becomes an IP isn't intentional. There are lots of business wankers who like to say that they can do it, but really they don't know fuck and all shit. You know, the people who made, I don't know, He-Man, they did not know they were going to be creating a huge IP. They were like, we need to sell some fucking toys. We got these leftover molds from a Conan toy line we can't sell. Cool. What's his mount? It's a cat, a green cat, because we have the molds left over from our zoo line. Alright, you guys, if you all want to come in, you can. Yep, you're my friend now. Nap time. Wait, did I not eat enough? I thought I'd... Alright. You guys can warm the place up for me. Snooze time in just a sec. Honestly, alleged, I didn't even know there was a new movie. I thought the promotional image for it was like a badly photoshopped joke. And then I read that the He-Man movie is one of the big bombs of the year. I'm like, wait, that was real? But I'm just happy that the Backrooms movie has done good, and you know, because that one does kind of feel like, I guess, one of ours. For those who don't know, the gentleman who did the Backrooms movie cut his teeth making stuff in Source Filmmaker, and then when Source Filmmaker couldn't do what he wanted, he started making movies in Blender. And now he's responsible for an A24 film that has made, let me check my notes here, a shit ton. Other big box office successes that have not been talked about this year. Iron Lung, the final episode of The Amazing Digital Circus. Blender, I hardly know her. The irony being is that the nostalgia crowd for He-Man have kind of been aged out. Like, the only reason I was into He-Man is because I got a bunch of hand-me-down toys when I was a kid. He-Man wasn't even playing on telly when I was a youngling. It had already done its course. Okay, I don't remember where the fuck we're going now. We're here. Ah, yes. Okay, so we go all the way right, and then at that top junction, crossover. So we don't have to go down the water. Cool. But yeah, like, there's a reason why the Mario Brothers movie and the Sonic movies are doing great. Because it's nostalgia farming, but nostalgia farming, and for people who have kids, they can take their kids to go see it. If you all haven't seen Sonic the Hedgehog, the movie 3, watch it. Because even if you don't like it, that's how you do nostalgia farming. The soundtrack is just tunes that someone like me would have put in. The fucking two Robotniks dancing to the Chemical Brothers. Brilliant. I don't know if the Super Mario Galaxy movie is good, but from what I have heard, is extremely, extremely successful. And that's really all it needs to be. Okay. Yeah. Up we go. Up we go. The one thing I'd be very curious about is those of you who have watched the Among Us show. Wait, that's me Bauble. And Bauble's for lunch. Fair enough. Scotty said they watched the first episode. Not going to bother with much more of it. That's fine. It is interesting that Nintendo are finally starting to actually do something with Star Fox as more than just a fire and forget. It is interesting that Star Fox is getting the big banner treatment. They obviously think that an intergalactic bounty hunter named Samus Aran is probably not the right way to go for a family-friendly movie franchise. And that's okay. I can't go that way. I gotta remember how to do this now. Because we want to get across here. That leads us to where we wanna / need to go. Okay, so yeah, we need to go up and across. Alright. Scotty, 1 million years jail. Scotty, we just Star Fox could be a cash-worthy IP for sure. Oh, also, this is a great point if any of you want to talk about anything video gamery. Fuck. Missed it. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. As long as I don't get moth blocked, we'll be fine. Okay, just a quick question: is there anyone here for whom they have not seen this part of the Watcher? Does anyone want a little primer as we're heading in towards this? Because you have to understand, when I came in the first time, we'd done every Rain World campaign, the original 3, and then the additional the additional Slug Cats, and then all of their additional endings that had been added. So we've been playing the Watcher, and the Watcher is a little more freeform. It's supposed to feel like you did at the beginning. And so you finally make it to this point, and it's like, what's that noise? What are the things we're seeing above? Now, Rainworld teaches you big shadows like that. Be afraid. Be very afraid. But, you know, we're fine. Hey, like, check it out. There's no timer to downpour. There's no problems. So what the heck are we seeing here? It's weird. It's almost like a squeaking, almost like a language. It's almost like that. Then we get to this point. Now, again, in the past, this sound and this aesthetic was very reminiscent of PEBs. So I thought we were going into some kind of like some architect we've never seen. Sorry, some iterator we've never seen. But then there's all these pots on the walls. Oh, this is weird. And all the pearls, which we can't grab. And then we see it. in a time before Ascension, people worked jobs and walked the streets. These are the creatures of the civilization that would be left abandoned. And what I love about this is that it's one of the things that I think makes Rainworld so fascinating. These people didn't go extinct. These people didn't die out due to nuclear war or evil villains from beyond the stars. They left the wheel behind. They worked out how to become whatever is next. You know, when we start playing Rainworld, their civilization has been gone for untold centuries. And this is the first time we've ever seen anything that resembles what was. Yeah, they had cars and jobs and... yeah, they decided they wanted to play real 5D chess. And this was their world. You know, the things that drove Pebs, I wouldn't say mad, but drove him to such anger was, you know, he was responsible for helping these people leave the material plane behind. But it was something he would never be able to do himself. And yeah, the reveal here is, you know, definitely something wild. Yeah, Tim. Wait, we should sleep after, shouldn't we? Forget. Oh yeah, no, we've got a lot of climbing to do. No, we should nap here. Because it gets a bit fiddly in navigation. Yeah, nap time. So when does the Watcher take place? Yeah, pretty much. You are essentially seeing the world of Rainworld from the same perspective as the Echoes. So when Rainworld starts, you were just another little slug cat as part of the slug cat tribe. Somebody attacks, another slug cat attacks, and you hide, and then you run. And for whatever reason, you catch the eye of the Watcher. Or of some people have called the Echo Spinning Top, or ho 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 ho. I can't do that because it just makes me think of all the memes around Twilight. But as we now know, it's like the Echo we've been following was a child. And it seems to be that... I mean, there's no way a child could fully understand what it is to be half ascended. Alright, we should... Oh, okay, yeah, so... this is the heartbreaking way, and then we'll explore over this way towards the temple. Well, so Aeon, the way I saw it before we did the heartbreaky bit, so echoes are anchored to an emotion, and that emotion anchors them to a place. I think that the echoes who are looking out over the fields of their work still see the fields of yore, but also see the fields as now. They're outside of the wheel, but trapped around it. The way that this echo seems to bounce between places, it's that childlike play, but rather aimless. Us as the Watcher is what kind of brings them into almost a state of like focus. You know, I think by the end of this, it's because of the Watcher's influence that the Echo is able to fully ascend. Yeah. The problem... So, Scotty, I love SG-1. and the whole Daniel Jackson Ascension thing, they didn't stick the landing. I don't know. But also the bloke who played Daniel Jackson in the TV show was very good at it. And it was sad for them to go, you know? Alright, let's go feel things. Also, none of the Rain World fans have said, Will, whatever you do, absolutely don't do this ending if you want the other endings, so we're going for it. Alright, Catastrophe, go get some sleep. Have a lovely rest of your day. You won't see me tomorrow, but you will see me on Thursday. So yeah, here we go. Ho ho ho. This place, this room. Forever of ripples and threads, yet I still feel this weight pressed upon me. If I had eyes, I could close them and still trace every nook and scroll shelf. A ball, a toy, and a top that spins. Oh, what I wouldn't give to be here again, safe and warm. Thank you for coming. I couldn't have done this alone. But I fear what is next. Oh. And here it is. Wait. Wait. It's like it in a box. It's like it in a box. Little terror. So I think we have to go and rest and then come back to get the spinning top. Or did I hallucinate smell that? Oh no, we need to help our little friend ascend, and then the spinning top is here. Well, alleged, have a lovely rest of your day. To be continued. And yeah, let's go be vaguely useful on the infinite timeline. But I think, yeah, at least in my humble opinion, this story is very much about us coming to understand the echoes. You know, the reason why Spinning Top is an anomaly is because there were strict rules. You don't send a child because their mind's not ready to let go, or perhaps better to say their feelings aren't ready to let go. Okay, so we need to get. Okay, up and across. Wait, no. Yeah, up and across. And yeah, hold cancel out of the box. And no cheeses for us, Mises. And I think that's one of the things that makes the Watcher's story so interesting is, you know, okay, we've got to go across and then up so we can get some food in our belly. good at maths. If anybody needs, I will be signing autographs at the end of this stream because of my Rainworld skills. Like, I didn't even know they gave out an award for very bestest at Rainworld, and just to be nominated is it's a real honor. But nah, I guess I'm the best that ever was. Okay, that's not going to work. Might have done all those jumping up the wall for nothing. Don't even worry about it. But yeah, so to answer your question, numbers, I think that's a lot of it. The Watcher takes place, yeah, everywhere, or every when. At the beginning of the Watcher, I guess it takes place after the Gourmand, but before... after the Gourmand, but well before the Saint. Fuck sticks. Plus the moths think I'm the coolest thing ever. It's a lot of moths. Fucking moths. They keep intercepting me midair. Swear to God, I'm going to use one of you guys as a... Oh, no, it's actually not the moth's fault. Okay. The water tower here is a little bit smaller than I think it is. Okay. But as a reminder, when we first played through this, we did this bit. Ah, darn it. What am I supposed to do with all these cool pearls? And how are we supposed to get up there? Oh. You're already going the right way, and then you don't. So once again, we weren't actually going the right way to start with. Why are there so many moths? Must be like a local celebrity thing. Take them to Pebs to translate. Don't let them tell you it's the wrong timeline. I just have this comical idea of like Pebs going to great lengths to like ensure that his facility is not filled full of bear with me a second, friends. I'll be back with you all in just a moment. I see I'm making friends with the moths. They just... I think... Did the moths just push me upside down? Sorry about that, friends. We're doing battle with technical problems and whatnot. Trying to get the Franken rig to do what it's supposed to do. And yeah, no, they're all up in my business. It's cool being popular, but damn. Woohoo! Moths are now available in sandbox mode. Sorry, I'm trying to be clever and catch some moths here. Okay. Right, where did he land? I know I got him. Darn it. These old guys just keep eating my lunch. Oh, that was the other thing I was asking. I know we were joking about it, but you know, as the watcher, how do we translate? Wait, he did steal my bloody lunch. Bastards. How do we translate pearls as the watcher? Because I now have two very brightly coloured pearls. What the ruddy hell am I supposed to do with them? But yeah. Oh, and Legend, sorry, I just saw your message. Sleep well, nap to the fullest extent of your powers, and to be continued. All right. I guess we'll use our cool powers to be able to blink around the map. You all have gone very quiet. Okay, we rain welding. And Scotty, yeah, maybe the moths of yore remember my crimes. It is fascinating to kind of see like the city from like a slug cat's eyes perspective, like long before it crumbles. A lot of moths. Okay. And this bridge does remind me of the bridge to the Shaded Citadel. I think it's unrelated, but the moths are still here. Oh, pick it up. There we go. No one's telling me what to do with the pearls. Okay. So, it is implied that this is what the temples look like before everyone left. You know, here we're going down through the different karma stages, which I used to know them by heart. Yeah, so this one, I think this one is violence. Notice the actual faces of the people have been scribbled out. Is that one violence? Is that one worship? Oh god, I have to look it up again. Looking at strange aliens and be like, are they killing each other? Are they? Yeah, and it's only the first. Yeah, we only had the first 4 symbols and then getting to here. Okay. Alright, so this one I guess goes out to everyone sitting quietly and VOD watchers of the future. This appears to be either the temples that we find at the end of the original Rain World campaign or similar ones to it. You know, the crosses symbolizing the peak of karma. And yeah. Oh. Here I am again. The bath, the pipes, the gravel. The mournful geometry. The slough through which a departed one's essence flows. So undignified. A soup of proteins and acids. Must we be this? I travelled through that thin grate, and yet I stayed. All my mothers and fathers and creche mates who went along without me. Do they note my absence? I've travelled from the furthest future to the very seed of our past, and I see no evidence. Only echoes and strays. Aloof and alone and afraid. Well, no longer. I will abandon this eternal waiting room. I will step through the white door. And I will accept what is next. Thank you. Oh. The bit about this that still breaks my little heart is that now the Watcher is truly alone. We were a little slug cat and we were following the Echo, but now we're alone. We've helped them ascend, but what about us? You know, the Saint feels like something on a loop of positive. Sorry, and if you hadn't seen this prior, so what's implied here is that this is where the child was taken. They were broken down by the void fluid, and if they had been older and more grounded, that would have allowed them to fully ascend. But for whatever reason, they did what they weren't supposed to. They ascended a child, and I say she, and the child got stuck. Ooh. Slug cat's in a box. There doesn't appear to be anything special here. If there is anything new to this region since the original release that I should try and do, like, please tell me. But now we either ascend to, or we find a way to stash the holy wine. I like the way you think, Thrain.
What ho? How is the world of rain?
We just got ending 1, which we had seen before, which is very feelsy. And now we're going to go have a look at the spinning top. But our adventure is far from done. Now I don't know what we need to do. And I don't know if any of the Rainworld squad are here enough for direction or guidance. But now we have to, you know, now the lights are out. You know, the Echo has ascended. Now what? Last time we had the Prince of Rot ending to do next, which took so long. If I had to guess, I would say that the Prince of Rot ending is like a sub ending. We're not doing that this time. At least I really fucking hope we don't have to. But essentially, once we've looked at the spinning top, we've had our little moment, we are now on a path towards whatever new stuff comes after. I don't know what the feathers were. I don't know what we're supposed to be doing or looking into or spreading from here. And hopefully we'll get some direction. You know, if the little one ascended and it's up to us to do that, how the fuck do we do that? You know, in times of yore, ascension was done through heading down into the very, very heart, the very, very core of Rainworld, and throwing ourselves into the void fluid with, let's just say, varying results. Lot of moths. But also, this is a great time. If any of you have questions, thoughts, or fears, oh, yeah, here we are. So this is the little squeaky toy. I think it is. Yep. And here's the famous spinning top. I mean, personally, I choose to believe that, well, you know, whatever we're seeing here. Yeah, yeah. It's like the little slug cat is getting an actual snippet of time, lest an echo of otherwise. Aww. No, look at his little face. It's just a little guy. And that's ending one of The Watcher. Okay. And we got to roll credits. However, this is ending 1. As we know, ending 2 is the Prince of Rot, which takes 1,000 hours. Now we're going for whatever is next. Like the Joie is just in as the creature consultant for Downpour. Oh, there's Andrew. Watto. Oh yeah, sorry, and you know. Oh, and there's Iced. Oh yeah. Since we had our little chat that Iced organised with Andrew over at Akapura, like we now know that they were all community peeps, super enthused with the whole shebang, who were brought on board to take what they were creating and make it into, you know, great canonical works, which we have thoroughly enjoyed. All right. Rewatching the credits again now, it's all right. Makes me smile. I know I've said it like 50 million times, but that used to be the play. You know, games companies used to hire people in the modding community to work on the projects, to make things. You know, I would say that it's easier to teach someone how to be professional than it is to teach someone how to care. But that's my humble opinion. Joa being a creature consultant again. Oh. Joa was the OG programmer on Rain World. A lot of how everything works in this wonderful world of Rain World. That's all him. The one who screams, I guess, on item design. I'm sorry, what? How old is this game? Let's see. Rain World dropped 2015, 2016. Yay, Steve Gee! Sorry, I don't mean to be so middle distance staring. I don't know. Every time we get to one of the credits for Rain World, I kind of think about how like there are so many games that we've loved over the years that never got the care and the attention that they deserved. You know, I know it's a bit of a hyperbole example, but good old Bloodlines, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines was a broken but brilliant game. And, you know, the community around it have loved and maintained that game for years. No one in the business world has given it that. Oh, thanks to Lydia for forcing me to go outside occasionally. Yeah. God, I haven't spoken to any of the Rain World OG peeps in so long. I hope they're doing good. It looks like they're doing good. Well, Silbers, you only missed first ending, which we had gotten before, so I knew it was coming. It's why it hasn't quite devastated me as it did the first time round, but we are not done yet. Because now we've got to work out what is the... Yeah, no, Silvers, we're doing the Watcher endings. That was always the... I guess to recap, I played the Watcher at launch, loved it, got this ending, got the Prince of Rot ending, and at that point there weren't any more. Since then they've added 2 new endings, including the essentially the canonical one. And that's what we're going to be... Well, we're going to be working towards the next 2 endings. I just don't know what they are, or how to get them. We have to work it out together. Well, Silvers, have a lovely rest of your week, and to be continued. Yeah, Aeon, it really was. Because when you get to this point of Rain World, you finally, it all comes together. You understand what it's been. The Watcher is very vague until it's not. You know, you spend a lot of the Watcher being like, wait, where am I going? What am I doing? What is the impact? And then you come back around and it's like, oh. Hookshot, what and welcome. Hello, Mr. Rain. Hello, Mr. Unqualified. How you doing? For those who don't know, so Hookshot just announced their newest game at Summer Games Fest called Unqualified, and it's Night in the Woods Australia edition. Over here, we just finished the first ending of The Watcher, which we had already got before, and now we're, well, going to see where this goes from here. Oh, that's great to hear. Hookshot saying the reception from the announce has been way better than they could have expected. Yes, that's what we want to hear. I'm telling you, Hookshot, this is, you know, when you're living in your squillion dollar mansion and I'm just sponging off of you shamelessly, you know, that's the future. Help all my homies sell 1 million copies. But yeah, Hookshot, nothing exciting to tell, you know. Yesterday I sat in my Jimmy Jammies and played Arena Breakout until I couldn't find any more matches and watched anime and cooked up a storm. I am so proud of what I made yesterday. And that was my day's recovery from Summer Games Fest. But I am going to take tomorrow off because, one, I didn't want to miss a day of Rain World because, you know, but also, like, everybody was really patient with me last week. Oh, shit. So Viral says the Steam Bullet Fest is going on right now. It's been very good. Yo, I was actually kind of curious because the Bullet Fest came right after Games Fest. And Summer Games Fest, even with the way Steam organizing it, is still a bit of a fire hose of information for users. That's way cool. I saw that a couple of titles were on Super Sale. But yeah, friends, if you'd like to pick up a bullet hell roguelike that fucking slaps, Viral's is The Void Rains Upon Her Heart is available as part of the Steam Bullet Fest sale. Please, all of you, buy a squillion copies so I can sponge off of Viral's shamelessly in the future. I'm telling you now, Virals, there's going to be like a PAX or something in the future, and you're just going to be able to do like Mr. Moneybags mode. I'll just be following you around. It's going to be great. Okay, so that was 23 hours to get ending 1 of The Watcher. So now the question is, what do we need to do to get the next one? And how do we start setting ourselves up? No one answered me for how do we get our pearls red? Am I just posting a picture of the Watcher on Blue Sky? Yes. Because it's the internet that I'm allowed to do. Yeah, Watcher 2. Watch with a Vengeance. So Grayson, some. So, for example, I would still recommend that you play Rain World in its like original order: Survivor, Monk, Hunter. However, once you play as the Gourmand, well, okay. So when you play as the Artificer will unlock the outer regions. If you then finish the game as the Gourmand, but instead of Ascension, you go towards the new outer region, you found the slugcat colony that's referenced at the beginning of the Watcher and a few of the others. And also, from that point on, in the other campaigns, you can get slug pups. So, yes, playing through certain campaigns does affect other things. Playing through as the hunter and unfortunately getting a bad ending as the hunter, which is the canonical ending, I think, you then have a chance to encounter the hunter or what the hunter became in any of the other regions. Like, you know what? I'll just be straight up. So, we managed to ascend the hunter, which is not easy. They did add some accessibility options, so it's not as brutal as it was. Originally, when Rainworld launched, you had the Survivor, or you just had the Slugcat. And then they launched two more campaigns, the Monk and the Hunter. The Monk was pitched as easy mode. Hey, if you want to play Rainworld, but it was too hard, here's an easy mode. Except for it wasn't. It was another story. And the Hunter was, hey, you finished the game, now enjoy score attack. Try and kill as many things as you can in, what was it, like 30 cycles? 10 cycles? I forget. Anyway, the Hunter narratively was very different. The Hunter takes place as one of the earliest campaigns. You were made by one of the iterators to restart Moon and bring her back to life. Like that Evanescence song. Bring me to life. Sorry. I make myself laugh. However, you were made wrong. And you have something not too dissimilar to the rot that's affecting Pebs and, you know, the Prince of Rot. And the thing about it is that it's outside of time. So once you've progressed so many cycles, it will consume the hunter. Originally, the ending was insanely hard to get, but you had to get all the way up to Pebs, get down from Pebs to Moon, and then from Moon you had to get down to the Void Sea. But you had to do that whilst also achieving like maximum excuse me. While achieving maximum karma and then ascend. In Downpour, they added some accessibility options so you can choose how long the hunter's life cycle is, which is very good. But yeah, if you get the bad ending as the hunter, the nightmare creature that spawned from the hunter's body can appear, and it's horrifying. You were made wrong? Sir, I'm just as Alan wrote me. And Wolfgang, what and welcome. Yeah, I'm still playing this. It's still doing good. Imagine a game with full publisher support where they hire the modding community to support the game and continue its selling. Imagine that. Actually, by our calculations, yeah, Rainworld currently sits, and it did come out, 2017. Rainworld currently sits at 42,000 reviews on Steam. Now, DLC is hard because people don't tend to leave reviews for DLC unless it's bad. But, you know, the game that Adult Swim were like, yeah, whatever. Oh, okay, Steve Gee was like super supportive of this, but, you know, Adult Swim as a whole was like, yeah, whatever. Well, no, I've been using the box letter method to do sales estimations, and while they're not crazy accurate, I've been using that with everything to give us like a baseline of, you know, sales figures. And it works, you know, especially with the quick release cycle. We can see how something is selling. You know, we know that Far Far West has done far, far better than Skull and Bones. But yeah. So now we've got to work out what we're doing next with the Watcher. But yeah, I hope, Grayson, I hope that answers your question. You know, I know it's weird to talk about it now. When Rainworld dropped, it just pretended to be just like a little platformer, like, don't even worry about it. And now it's this huge behemoth thing. So, like, my original playthrough of The Watcher was 50 hours. I don't know how long this one's going to end up being. But, like, that was 6 hours with the monk. Only 4 hours with the survivor? Well, I guess that was my replay. 5 hours with the hunter. 25 hours with the gourmand. 16 hours with the artificer. 8 with the rivulet. The happiest little fucker in this entire game. You cannot say no one's happy in Rain World because the rivulet exists. The Spearmaster, who is so tired of our bullshit, that was 32 hours. The Saint, 9 hours. Yeah. So, what's my Steam stats on this one? And I've played it for 423 hours. So just a quick, short little game. Quick, easy game for babies. Yeah, we'll fit in a lazy afternoon. I don't know. I feel like it's worth saying at this point just because it's easy to look at a game after it has become wildly successful. Oh, darn it. I lost my other gem. Okay, well, I kept one of them. Oh, and that one's down there, so guess what we need to do is grab that, fill our belly, grab the pearl, and then snooze, and then see where we're taking this. Won't let us take any of this stuff out of here, so... Do they not? Aeon says the sides don't repeat. Huh. Huh, that's way cool. I don't think we've found any extra information on what the actual sides of the spinning top say. And to our Dota friend, so what are some of the updated room areas? Because we just did first ending, and I didn't see anything beyond that area that we could go explore. And honestly, like, friends, now is a good time for natter, banter, and what have you. You know, we don't have time limits, aside from getting a full belly. We're not even really too fussed about it. But it does beg the question, like, what do we do next? I don't think... Can we eat those things? Are you edible? Oh, you are. Sorry. Oh, well. Hey, is it my fault they're delicious? I don't think so. I mean, I guess, Thrame, if you don't mind playing guide. Because I can research it myself. The reason why I want to do a little spot of research before we careen into it is because when we did this prior, everything was very, very new. And one thing that we've kind of observed is that it's been difficult for me to work out a few things because I'm trying to treat it like it was. Fern says, yes, it's your fault they're delicious. You put black garlic on them. I put black garlic on everything. Sorry, Bugs. I do reserve the right to hoard black garlic whenever possible. I don't think I can eat the moths. I don't really need to. Alright. We're going to have a quick snooze so we've got somewhere to stash everything. Yes, so Thrame, I mean, have a look into it. I don't think we need to do the Prince of Rot ending to get what we need for the new endings. Anyway. Okay, so we do not need to do Prince of Rot. That is great. Alright, so we've locked that in. Now I've got to go down and across to save. Because the Prince of Rot was so fucking hard to do. Sorry, for those of you who weren't there, so in the Watcher there is also this the rot is spreading. It's spreading across the timeline, essentially. Now, I chose to believe that the reason it's spreading is due to your influence. You know, you're punching holes through space-time, and that's causing problems. But the more you do, the more you grow this huge, like, rot flower. Specifically Verns, yes. Now, remember before certain areas would have the little yellow globules on them? Those seem to be gone. Okay, so currently the rot is only in Rusted Wrecks and Sunbaked Alley. Now, to spread the rot, what we had to do was go to a rot region and then blink teleport to another, which would spread it. We would then have to spend a bunch of cycles in that area to let the rot take hold and then go somewhere else. It was fucking hard. Now we have these things on, we have these like feathers falling. Now we tried fucking with those before, and what seemed to happen was I got eaten by weird bugs. There was a jump, yes, there was a jump between those two dotted lines, but let's see. Oh, and I'm not seeing any rooms or things we've missed here, but feel free to point them out. Because that's the shop. I guess that's above the shop. Can check that out. We're under no time constraints here as well, which is what makes this area kind of nice. So all the other jumps are 3 solid lines. That's true. Dear little creature, it's not my fault, you're delicious. And to be fair, that's what everyone says to Slugcat, so. So now, apparently there are 2 more endings. I have, to what I understand, we have to do one to get the other. And if I had to guess, I'd say it's about this little slug cat ascending. So Scotty, I don't know the significance of the feathers. Okay, I'm going to go up and try and explore that. What I do know is the only time we've seen those feathers prior has been when around echoes. So I don't think it's a stretch to say that they are somehow related. I guess I just want to put together a little bit of structure before we begin what could possibly be a huge undertaking. Dive bombed by moths. Okay, so to obtain the endings, use your warp skill and karma flowers. Following a strategy similar to the prince ending, once you reach ripple level 7, ideally 9. The main difference is that instead of waiting for the infection to set in, you need to create a warp to, if possible, each cycle. Oh shit, so we have to... So we're basically going to try and summon a weaver by fucking everything up? Okay. I'll be honest, it's a little confusing, but it seems to be that we kind of need to sort of break things. And that's why it disappeared. Okay. And I wonder if this is the tricky jumps that Dota was talking about. Huh, okay. So the Weaver is in charge of keeping everything together, and us using echo powers to punch holes in reality is giving them work to do. Spread a little rot as a treat. Oh, okay. This is new. We haven't been here before. God, I love my hover powers. Oh, and a new little rest spot. Okay. Might as well. Nipped him. We ate enough. Yeah, well, so Scotty, but what you haven't taken into consideration is that we need to find the additional 8th chevron, which will allow us to access the second wheel. Okay. So, these regions here are regions where essentially the Weaver is hanging out trying to unfuck the shit that I've broken. So I essentially need to do like multiple blink teleports to fuck everything up. I guess my only other question is, how in the hot feck do I get these pearls translated? Yeah, well, I mean, Scotty, I can't imagine Stargate as a franchise will stay dead forever. But, you know, it's not like Amazon are the homies. Okay. Alright, so we haven't been here in either playthrough, so this is new. Whatever this ends up being. Is that a pearl reading machine? Mother. Okay, okay. Okay, so here's the first one. Yo! Okay, okay, so this is plans for the iterators. So they haven't been built yet. Or is this an advert for them? No, we already did that one. Alright, it won't let me take it back. Wait, Thrame, is that what they actually said? That it got cancelled because it was too faithful to the law? God darn it. I don't know. I love Stargate SG-1 because they did a lot with a little, and it was simultaneously a serialized, sorry, simultaneously a syndicated show, but also one with some pretty good like plot arcs in the ilk. Kind of cool that it catches it. All right, and this is the other one we found. Millions of years in the past slash future, and we're still having to put up with podcasts. God. Can't believe we just got an ancient advert for MeUndies. Okay, but now, if we find anything else in the watch a playthrough, we can bring it back here, which is very cool. We didn't have that before. So Thrame... This is the thing. I don't... Simple chaos. A what ho and a jolly MeUndies to you too? How's it going? I also like the fact that with Stargate, the idea of humans being kind of like the space orcs of their universe always amused me. The bit where the Asgardians, the super advanced grey alien types with their technology and capable of incredible, impossible feats, have to come to the humans and like, hey, we can't deal with this problem because we're too smart. Yeah, we've got this doohickey that spits out hot chunks of metal. Brilliant. Bring us one of those. Okay. So I guess we got to do a blink teleport, quote unquote, Back to the Future. Like that movie franchise, Back to the Future. Bless you. All right. Dave, who's on his way to the coffee shop, is about to have a story that no one will ever believe him for. Okay, and we're back where the rot is. It was nice for a brief moment. We're in Rusted Rex. For a brief moment, didn't have to deal with scary creatures trying to murder us or anything like that. Well, Rainworld's back, baby. Yeah, you better run. Okay, where the fuck are we going? Oh, okay, apparently we don't remember any of this. Alright, we're starting to remember. He's starting to believe. I don't know why it makes me laugh every time, but the whole thing with the millipedes here is that you just have to eat them quickly enough. They will electrocute you unless you bite their head off really quickly. Okay. Fuck, where is the nearest shelter? Okay, so wherever this leads, we've never been here, so... Ooh. Oh, perfect. Horrifying, but perfect. Oh, the fuck you do. Okay, so from the beautiful, mournful, sweet echoes of the past, we're back in the future, and the future is bad. Huh. Actually, so Simple Chaos, I haven't kept up on what is and is not canonical in Star Warsian stuff, but I do remember that from, what was it? Knights of the Old Republic, of the Mandalorians having like anti-Jedi weapons, i.e. shotguns, just like metal slugs. Neither Jess hasn't seen season 2, I haven't seen season 3, and neither of us have seen the new Grogu and the Mandalorian, so no spoilers. I figure I would say that before I say my next bit, which is like, at least from the Old Republic story, it was the Jedi that chased the Mandalorians underground. Baby Yoda and the Mandalorian. Okay, so that's not where we need to go. Oh, we have a long fucking journey to go because we need to go to... Oh, fucking hell. Either there or somewhere else. Alright, there is a shelter in between hither and thither. Or we find ourselves... okay, there are some gaps we haven't been to. Or we find ourselves a Karma flower and then blink. Yeah, Thrain, I super agree. Like, why did they call Baby Yoda Jenkins? So strange. What's a Grogu? Yeah, you can have that. It's yours, mate. You're allowed it. Okay, he doesn't want it. That's fair. God, this map is confusing as all heck. Alright. My co-worker calls that movie Mando versus Groglet. Okay. I forget what these little guys do. If I remember, they are kind of cute, but not to be fucked with. Which is most of Rainworld now, I think about it. But yeah, I don't know if it's still canonical, but the whole thing of, the Mandalorian versus Jedi Wars. Oh, okay. Oh, this is actually where we need to go. Brilliant. Alright, well, we're in the Coral Caves, but we're in a part of the Coral Caves we've never been to. So... No, we're good. We don't want to go back. No. Try to get some bubble weed. Swear to fuck, do not let there be horror monsters. I just got here. What the fuck is that? Alright, I don't know what it is. It's chasing me. I'm not going to stick around. Fucking fucksticks. There was a salamander the other way, which is why I went this way. Okay. So in theory, somewhere in the Coral Caves, there is a very big pissed off weaver. Okay, and you guys don't float. Alright. We're out of bubbleweed, so I know I'm jumping into the fucking great ocean. Okay. So Simple Chaos is saying that as far as I remember, there's still a Mando v Jedi war, but it wasn't like Mando versus Jedi like it was in Knights of the Old Republic. Oh, I see that fucking thing down there. I recognize the Legato tier. Those Legato tier shoulder pads of nightmare. Excuse you? Oh, okay. Don't worry about it. We had to kind of go a little backwards there. It's fine. Okay. TLDR, I'm not jumping in down there, but I've got enough bubble weed to try and survive the other route, whatever that may be. Oh, sorry, Thrame, that was my other question. I forgot to ask because we got distracted with Star Wars and real life and whatnot. So, for the next two endings, like, no story info, but we basically... we have to get this Weaver thing first before whatever comes after, right? We basically have to break the timeline a little to then... I'm just gonna... Here we go. Just not gonna fuck around in the big open water. No! 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 That was mean. I think that officially counts as workplace bullying. Yeah, and now we've made the coral caves infected. Fuck. And we're back here as well. God fucking damn it. Okay. Hey, that could have gone much, much worse. And you, Popbug, you get to live another day. I mean, ish. In a rot-infested part of the rusted swamps, living is maybe a strong overstatement. But, you know... we're here, we're queer, and this slug cat needs a beer. And hey, maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe the other route won't have a salamander waiting for us. It could happen. You know, hope springs eternal and all that. Alright, this is cool. We can go this way. Fuck you. You're right, and it's not quite enough to... Ah, brilliant. Alright, we've got a jetfish. Come on, buddy. I need you to work with me here. Come on. Come on, buddy. Fine. Oh, absolutely not fine. What do you mean he can go out of the water? Yeah, I don't want to be here either, Jetfish. Did you all see that? What the fuck? Every time you think you know what this game's going to throw you, you don't. Yes. Alright. Oh, poor Jetfish. I'm sorry, buddy. Well, I'm a little sorry. Oh. Did I just throw that Jetfish to their death down there? No. I am certainly having a time. You know what it is? It's because we got to spend most of this morning, you know, just in a happy past before Rain World turned into a, you know, super ecology of hellish nightmares. It's annoying me a little bit because there's a term for when an ecosystem is so rife with resources that the varying like flora and fauna become incredibly diverse, i.e., with loads of fresh ways to fucking kill you. Feel a little bit bad for throwing those poor little fuzzy buddies to the sharks, but it's called Rain World, not Rain. Make friends with the locals. Who wants to go slug fishing? Okay, we're not going that way. Fuck off, I just fed you. Okay, I was just kind of hoping that turning invisible would make me taste bad or something. Being invisible obviously didn't stop it ratcheting its ruddy tongue onto me, but... Okay. Oh, my comma's not enough. So this is a point where what I should do... Okay, we've got to find somewhere to rest now. Fuck. Oh, this is just bad. This is just bad. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. But there's a nap spot here. But then we don't have the bubble weed to be able to get down into the water. Can't we just go back to hanging out in the past? Throwing the spinning top around. Laughing whimsically. You're right. what I want is something like the no, that swim's too long. If we can get some bubbleweed, maybe we can make it back down. I want something like the Gourmand's ability to to create stuff, because I want a void bomb, and I want a void bomb that I can throw. Hey guys. I want to kill one of the big bastards, the big fish bastards. Those guys yelling at me like they have real problems. They have electric armor. They're fine. So, buddy. Bye. I haven't been here? I have. Ah, no bubbleweed though. No bubbleweed and no sign of this fucking weaver either. I love the new EP that Big Fish Bastards put out last month. Yeah, strangest real Big Fish cover band of Simple Chaos. We went for the same joke. I don't know how we're going to resolve this one. According to time travel rules, you did beat me to the joke. Oh, fuck you, mate. Okay, the fuck are we gonna do? We need to go down, but we need bubbleweed and or a jetfish to do it. Okay, buddy, either go this way or don't. You're in the way. Does anyone know if going toward, like... Does traveling into the what's it dimension, does that stop you needing to breathe? Like... Ooh. Yeah, you're going to have to help the homie without me. I do not have weapons. It's got a brick. I can make a brick work. I don't think blue lizards can swim. Oh, but they can climb on the background. Just watch these scavs. Speaking of turn with the brain cell, these scavs, everybody. Okay. Okay, so does a slug cat in between dimensions still need to breathe? Let's find out together. Maybe or maybe not, but there are... Ooh, but it doesn't matter. Because as big as those swimmers are... we can use these portals to move around. Okay. Welcome to the monolith. And as this is a place where I can't die, I'm going to take a quick pee break because I'm bursting for the loo. And if any of those undersea monsters had chomped off my little slugcat feeties, not saying I would have pissed myself, but it was on the cards. All right, we're making headway. I'll be back with you all in just a sec.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
A sneaky subversary. Shh, don't tell Will.
Thank you all for being patient. God fucking damn it. Squats. Well, Lyris, thankfully no one ratted you out, so I don't know that it is 64 months worth of subs that you have thrown at my face. And thank you for filling the pint glass. To Simple Chaos and Aeon, fuck you for the squats. I thought I was going to get away with no squats today because usually my weekends go, Sunday is like cleaning and just not having to use my brain. And then Mondays is for doing paperwork, right? Yesterday I just was a vegetable. Gamesfest took a lot out of me. So I haven't done any laundry. So I might be wearing my Adventure Time pajamas. So. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I don't know if you all saw. Apparently we're getting new Adventure Time. But it's based on the very young Finn and Jake. There we go. Alright. Okay. Alright. 1. Fuck you, virals. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. And 15. Oh, I felt that in the knees. Yeah, Professor Upsidasium. I'm dressed for the job I want and the job I have, which is one and the same. May I still be able to stream in a million years. Okay. So, Lyris, Watto and welcome, how are you doing? Professor Upsidasium, great to see you. Watto and welcome. Come on in, friends, come on in. Got a little cheese snack as well. Okay. Alright, let's see if we can find and maybe poke at a watcher. What the ever-loving fuck is that? I'm gonna go poke it. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, Thrame was saying they used to be able to do 100 squats without any preparation. Yeah, I've never had a car, so back when I used to work a cafe job on the weekends, I had to bike to and fro work. To and fro, fro and to. And my legs were ridiculous back then. Huh. Lantern in the dusk. These little globulins seem to be reacting. Where are we even going? Huh. This whole place is like an infinite loop. Oh, I heard that. Like that movie, Jaws. Hmm. Okay, so we had access to this region before. And it felt like this region was kind of like a nexus point. The giant spider mandibles are new. Well, new for us. And Salafa, what and welcome. They don't seem to be aggressive, they don't seem to be attacking me. And it seems if I fall, I just end up looped back. Those things there, they seem to be like baby echoes. Or they seem to be watching us. Well, it was one of the bits we were at earlier. I heard the giggling. Well, maybe not the giggling, but the sound of echoes. So yeah, well, we have been to this place before, somewhat, not like this. Ah, here we go. Not like this. Not like this. Sorry, a friend of mine used to quote that every time it got taken out in like a multiplayer game, and it stuck in my head. That it was very, very dark, but my friend used to do a drink called the Miles Jacobson from Terminator. Was it Terminator? Am I getting my characters mixed up? From the creator of Skynet, with his little like dead man switch. Oh, there's a weird chittering. Dyson. No, Miles Jacobson is the guy who is/was responsible for Football Manager. Now I think about it. God, my brain's goo these days. Though I've never been great with names, so I'm not going to judge myself too harshly on that one. Okay. So I have a theory. Oh, dog names? Never forget dog name. In fact, there are people who I have spent whole weekends in the presence of, and who will forever be like so-and-so's parent. Huh. Spear here. I think we need one. Interesting. So yeah, so I think whatever is going on with the Weavers in this region, this essentially allows us to blink teleport around. And as we find more areas, we should find more islands that we can teleport from. No, so Holy Blast, this isn't the Prince's area. So I think what we're dealing with here is, as with all things in Rain World, it's a little more complicated than it first appears, but if I had to guess, I would say that if the Prince of Rot seeks to infect the timeline, the Weaver seeks to fix it. And much like with the Prince of Rot, you can teleport to whichever region he desperately wants you to infect next. There are more things to this place than we currently have answers, and I want to explore. No, I just Scotty was talking about got to make friends with an elderly terrier nearby. There's one person in the who isn't on the block per se, but does frequent the region, and I only know this person as Goku's dad because his dog's name is Goku, and is actually sturdy enough. You know, that dog a beefcake. You know, a dog who's actually sturdy enough to hold the moniker of Goku. Alright, there's something about this place, though. The music track seems to change, even though it doesn't. And you can hear the echoes laughing. Yeah, 3 pillars, 1 already lit up. So yeah, I guess we've got to go to one of these other portals and start, yeah, opening this pit up. Because we can go there. Actually, what is that region? Or should we open up that one? I think that takes us to the Prince of Rot. So let's go to the other one. Hopefully I've made the right choice. And I have no idea where we are. Wherever we are, this is weird. But there are priests and stuff here, so it can't be... Why did I choose to go the very hard way and not the easy straight down way? What is wrong with me? Well, wherever the fuck we are, it's already rot affected. Jesus Christ. Outer Rim? Which sucks to do. Yeah, Jabba's going to be livid when he finds out we just snuck on in. At least these guys like us. J-Post upgraded their setup, so they're now getting 600 megabits down. When only getting 100 up and 100 down makes you feel like a plebeian. Back in my day, you had to get a special program to allow you to download more than 20 meg, because that was maximum you could get on a 2-hour download. God. I still remember the personal agony of trying to download varying Unreal Tournament mods that were huge, i.e., like sometimes as large as 30 gig. Yeah, I know. Incomprehensible. Okay, guys, little space, please. Please. No. No. I definitely wanted to let out a sad dog who's been left alone for 30 seconds. Ow there. Oh. Okay, J-Post, thank you kindly. You'll see it now. Daemon in the center is the quote-unquote center of the earth. Sorry, the center of the timeline.
OM nom nom crunch.
The problem is we're stuck back down here. J-Post and Vershi, thank you for the bits. Fuck you guys, but thank you for the bits. What in the absolute bloody hell are we going to do, eh? Yeah, I wonder. Like, not that we've even met the Weaver or whatever is in Daemon, but the idea that it's like a central nexus is kind of confirming a lot of old theories of mine. I mean, if you think about it long enough, Verdon, isn't every game just the Pokemon game for the Game Boy? The Pokemon card trading game for the Game Boy Color specifically? Which reminds me, we still haven't done Placid Plastic Duck card game. I do wonder if that got meta.
This stream brought to you by Slugcat Snack Co. Slugcats. The other white meat. Noodles filled with violence and spite.
Slugcats. It's like violence, filled with noodles and spite. Wait, no, the other way around. I will say the lengths to which some creatures will go in this universe to eat a slugcat. Huh. Aeon said that the garbled audio, there's a way to render it intelligible in-game. So we need to find something that's like an upgrade for the... We need to find something that's like an upgrade for the translator. Okay. Alright, well, let's see if we can get back to Daemon. Lol. Fucking way! Now, I'm not completely confident on my theory that ethereal slugcats don't... Get in the fucking up! Oh, my fucking life. Oh. What luck! A delicious karma flower. Oh, and we might have created a little bit of an accidental... Wait. Pop snails affect ethereal beings? Pop snails are officially assholes in every dimension of reality. Confirmed. Anyway, I've got some bubbleweed, so we can head straight down. Huh? All right. Sorry, I was definitely seeing something there. Need to talk to the right NPC at the right time. Aeon, we haven't spoken to a single NPC except for the little cutie patootie. Except for the echo in any point of this, so... I guess we have spoken to the prince, but it's a while before he can talk people words, so... I guess we're going to the Outer Rim. Again. It's the fact that the weird mandibles seem to react. Still not used to that. Yeah, just go to the place and do the thing. The thing. Okay, but this time instead of going up and getting my ass killed... Hey, Caffeine! Watto and welcome! Iris, thank you for filling the pint glass. I almost missed that. Looks very, very well decorated. Yeah, well, so Caffeine, we're at a weird spot in Rainworld. We think we know what we need to be doing to move forward, but maybe we don't. So yeah, we found our way to the daemon, essentially the center point of our multiverse, our timeline, our wibbly wobbly timey wimey. We're trying to work out what these little leafy points are, but we don't know. I don't think I actually need to head to the daemon. I think we need to find wherever this thing is in Coral Caves. So that's where we are. How are you? Oh, I made god tier tacos last night, and later on today I'm going to be making tortas and fries for us, and it's going to be amazing. What? I'm excited about my own cooking. I'm just giving myself a breath before we jump back into Coral Caves, because oh boy, what we need to do, we need to find wherever this thing is. Or is this an indication that we've done the thing we're supposed to and we need to go somewhere else and cause trouble? But yeah, Caffeine, how you doing? What you been playing? Tell me your tales. Well, so the dotted warp on this one is to torrential railways. So, so what we want to do is we want to go to Coral Caves. Here we go. Yeah, so that's the pathway that we need to take, which will be quite the journey. That's what we did earlier. And where do we keep respawning? I think, yeah, we respawn here, around this little spot here. I want that one. Oh, my life. No, that's the outer rim. Okay. So we're here, in this little cave here. I'm going to go to here. We need to get somewhere over here. Not there. We need to get to there. Somehow. And that's a lot of ground to cover. Alright, well, nothing worth doing's ever easy. And who said that? Me. Okay, I've got to... Alright. To quote Kylo Ren, I know what I have to do, I just don't know if I have the strength to do it. Okay, thankfully pink lizards can't swim, but fuck, do you guys mind? What is happening? Guess everyone's on their way to the big doofus convention. And dice rolls, what a good evening to you. How goes it? Okay, we're here. We just gotta keep heading left. Not die in the process, lads. Ooh, please don't blow me up. Okay, gentlemen. This is a bucket. Dear God, there's more. That's one of those I could live 1,000 years. Do you? Oh shit, the bed. What I was going to say is I could live 1,000 years and never do a line delivery as good as that. Is that good? No, everything you just said to me was insane. But we are out of time. We're fucked. Okay, I'm gonna do something which is not very smart. I'm just gonna do it. It's kind of a better the devil you know sort of thing. So if you haven't seen a lot of Rain World, the big looking bastards, the one following me, those are, I don't know what they're officially called. Arseholes would be my name for them. They are, I don't know, some kind of like scavenger bug parasite thing that lives in the space between realms. And they are bastards. They will eat your corporeal form and your incorporeal form in equal measure. But in that huge spell of water, there might also be a fucking Leviathan. So, I have done nothing but teleport bread for 3 days. Yeah. Okay, we're almost there. So we're here, and we want to get to torrential rainways. Which isn't too bad. Yeah, I know where we got to go. I think I told you all this, but that Team Fortress video, the I've done nothing but teleport bread, that video, it turns out, was a pilot that with an unfortunately not picked up TF2 cartoon. So yeah, in another world, that was the start of a TF2 show that we would have gotten. Look at me leaving gaps in reality like there's no tomorrow. Well, we have to think about it like, okay. So this is Weaver energy. Now, what the fuck do we do to this to set it off? Same as before, do I just go incorporeal and then walk through it? Do we do a blink teleport? Yo, what the fuck? Is this it? Holy shit. Consider. A droplet of rain pierces the still water. A ripple, a ring, ever expanding. And okay, so that's the Weaver. Numbers as well, stop breaking the timeline, to which I say, no, how about you make me? Oh, except for there is a bastard in there. Fuck it. My work here is done, but you didn't do anything. Okay. The Weaver can only be encountered once per cycle, even though many areas appear to contain its presence. Also, entering a region marked with the golden feather on the hibernation map does not mean the Weaver is immediately present. First, you must locate the warp sealed by golden silk and remain in that room for a short time. Once this is done, you will see blue threads. Okay, so we need to go rest now, right? Excuse me, Jelly. Because thankfully the rest spot is not far from here. There's something about using pop snails as like a little landmine grenade you can have throw behind you that always makes me smile. Apex predators getting tripped up by a snail with a condition. Okay. Ooh. His little guy. His little guy. This is Dell's artwork, right? Like, I'm not losing my marbles. Look at his little face. So there's the blue thread. How long do you reckon until the Weaver ends up going like full Pebs and being like, just stop breaking my shit. I swear to God, if you come back here one more time. Ah, okay, yeah, so Coral Caves no longer has a... Ah, interesting. Okay, Coral Caves no longer has a setup, and also Daemon is gone from the central point. Well, Thrame...
Look at his widow face. Off to do war crimes to the timeline. Wartime crime lines, if you will.
Wartime Crime Line, I think, should be our official Chap Hop rap name. It's the Longship rap group. Timeline War Crime. We'll do like a concept album based on H.G. Lewis's Time Machine. If I had any lyrical or musical skills, this would be the point where I would drop some fat bars. I have neither of those. I can't even remember my own lines, and I make them up as I'm going along. Who needs trousers for travel when the timelines unravel? Wartime crime lines. Wait, no, hang on. Okay. So, yeah, so right now we're in Coral Caves. Well, so Thraim, at least now we know our goal, right? Find each region, find the Weaver break, go fuck with it. So we're here. But we can teleport over to there. And as long as we don't use an emergency teleport, then we won't spread the rot any further. Because the problem is going to be if I need to maintain high karma to talk to the Weaver. Because high karma on a region with the rot is not impossible, but it is unpleasant. Unfortunately, that is the way we need to go. Alright. Dead or alive, Snail, you're coming with me. I do not mind those little lizardy guys, except for when they ruin my entire fucking afternoon by eating me alive. Then, you know what? Less of a fan, gonna be honest. I wouldn't count myself part of the bastard lizard fandom in those situations. Ah, oh, fuck, is this the bit where I need to be? Okay, yeah. Oh, I nearly got chomped on there. You'll remember when I spent like a whole day trying to make that jump by stealing a bull squid and trying to time it. I didn't have enough food to sleep here. No, I do think that the pink lizards are kind of interesting. It's just I always forget that they have those fucking rock hard noggins. So there's absolutely no point in buzzing them with a rock or a spear because it doesn't do anything. And it'd be great if I remembered that. Still got it. Mouth Hugs is actually going to be the surprise follow-up to Mouth Dreams. Well, that's a very good thing because I actually got my my jump there officially certified from the Ministry of Silly Jumps. So, oh, I swear to all that is holy, if you two knock me off here for no other reason than your silly amusement. I will not do anything about it, but I'll be very...
You'll never amount to anything if you fail to chase your mouth dreams.
Well, it's better than chasing mouth waterfalls. Vershi, thank you for the bits, mate. Sorry, I know I asked earlier, but I forget we were in Bantermancy, what have you. Like, I hope your trip was as good as those kinds can be. Where even am I? Okay, and there's a shelter below here, so we can rest here. How did I not get grabbed by that mimic? Holy shit! You know what? Let's just do away with the mimic now. All right. Scabs are having a little freak out. Just do away with the mimic now. So it doesn't harm a newt or something, and then there we go. Ooh. Well, congratulations on electrical class, the EDM of the future. You've heard of Daft Punk, get ready for Barren Sheep. That was bad, and I felt bad making that as a joke. I'll be doing a formal YouTuber's apology about it after. Baron, Furrit, good evening, hello, Watto, and welcome. We are rain welding it up. I survived Summer Games Fest. It only made me go a little bit loopy. Dice rolls, do you mean the video game series ukulele or the tiny, tiny guitar for cartoon characters and hipsters ukulele? Oh, you mean the, what's the line? I'm not a groomer, just a loser. You have to apologise to the 2023 NEC articles. 400. I thought 408 had been revoked. I got to apologise to that as well. I don't wanna. Okay, so we need to do a. Okay. Oh, sorry. So Furrit, Baron, Watto, and welcome. We did the first ending of The Watcher earlier on today, which we had done already. Now we're working on the new endings, where we've met a brand new character for us, the Weaver, who appears to be halfway between one of the priests in the underground segment of the original Rain World and Simple Chaos. Thank you for gifting that to Furrit. There you go, Furrit. Next time you come back, no ads. Yeah, somewhere between like the original Void Priests and one of those nightmare Furby feather boas. Now, we now seem to understand that the lines mean different things as you're traveling through the regions. And I guess we need to blink teleport to piss the Weaver off. Because yeah, right now we're in Pillar Grove. And we didn't spend too much time here. We kind of zipped through here a little bit. Ooh. That's where we're going. We're going there. Right. So we go down, across, down, across. But yeah. I hope you're all doing splendid. Summer Games Fest was a lot of a mess, but a lot of games to be excited for, that's for damn sure. The rhyming structure, once again, is unintentional. Yeah, down, across, down, across. Alright. Oh, hang on just a second, I gotta sneeze. Oh, oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry. Um, well, dice rolls. This lot are lovely and, in certain circles, famed for their ability to quote unquote hunt the unsubbed. And caffeine, that's way cool. I definitely am starting to get the. Oh, this is bad. The craving to head back to. You know what? You can deal with your problems. I'm going invisible. I'll just run from the nightmares. Um. No, I've been getting the craving to head back to. Okay, you need to not be teleported anymore. Thank you. We're getting the craving to head back to Cyberpunk after I got shown that if you. Oh, fuck. Don't tell your parents. Ooh, grenade. Oh, never mind. Down! That did not feel good, but it had to be done. Okay. So what just happened there was I tried to grab a spear, accidentally grabbed a baby Newt Newt. Papa Newt Newt heard me and was like, well, you've got to die. Okay, and this right here. There's another portal. Yeah, the big floppy bugs are, we call them Newt Newts. Because the little noise they make. Newt Newt. Okay. So we're back here. Now, if I had to bet cash money dollars, I would say this is probably where the Weaver hangs out. Much like the Prince of Rot's, I don't know, Rot Garden? Rot Fortress? Rot Lobster? But yeah, oh, so, Baron, do you fancy a spot of Barony this Friday? I'm going to try and kidnap Virals again to dance the dungeon ways, as Barony's kind of become like a little I gotta beat this game obsession of mine. Only mildly kidnapped Virals. Okay, nothing here so far. Well, to the blank named user, Wasso and welcome. We're back on our, to quote the N Plus team, we're back on our bullshit. Very glad these are infinitely looping. Okay. Old Will, kidnapper with glowing reviews, they call him. Could be thought of as a, enforced holiday. Okay, now I forget where this takes us to, and I keep dying stupidly around this way, but this is one of the pathways we haven't solidified yet, and I think we need to to piss off the Weaver some more. Okay, so we can't just leap down, even though it's connected. Oh. Oh, okay, easy there, Squiggles. So we've got to climb up. Oh, easy now. So we've got to climb up here. And then climb down the outside of the tower and then go from there. Okay. Sorry, a little scrambled brain still. I don't think tonight will be a super long stream. Even taking yesterday off as a proper rest day, I don't think my brain is fully recovered from... Like, I think I should be allowed to... Maybe not sue, that's a little extreme, but I think the PC Gaming Showcase owes me some kind of apology paycheck, or I don't want to say restitution, but sorry, for those of you who didn't see it, like last week was Summer Gamesfest, which is, well, let's call it what it is. It's a mess. Darn it. Oh no. Okay, so we can't go to the Shadow Realm right now. Oh, I didn't cry. But yeah, I did full coverage of it, which I'm glad that I did. You know, I want to understand where games are and what's going on, and you know, for those of you who have games coming out or want to be releasing games in the current market, you know, I want to be useful. I don't want to be a complete dingus. But boy howdy, there was so much. Ooh. Hey, is it me, or did that structure really not like me there? Weaver is not pleased. Easy. Go from the little snooze and see how it's going. And DJ Coil, ahoy to all the slug cats. Actually, Baron, so Memnal's Weavers predate the Watcher by quite some time, so this could be Memnal inspired. We never know. Okay. Okay, well the good news is we've now slept to an extent that we have the lines of the daemon locked up, but I guess what, now we complete some cycles, try and stay alive until the Weavers show up? Oh yeah! DJ Coil's dag is set to have puppies, I guess what, any day now? It's gonna be so fucking cute. Thrame, I don't know. Ooh, fuck. I know we've seen those wings in other regions, but usually predicated by the usually predicated by other chaotic explorations. Alright, there's some cool shit we haven't seen. That's more than a little mildly horrifying. You know, I don't think I want to be covered in stinky sludge. In my defense numbers, I saw I was reading Baron's thing, and then I went back to whatever hellish landscape Rainworld's going to throw at us. I guess we're going for that spot, whatever it is. Okay, so we are here. Oh, I guess there is a shelter ahead. Do we have enough food in our belly? No, not even close. Alright. But yeah. Like, obviously, DJ Coil, don't feel that you have to, but just know that any puppy pictures that you do share with us, we will all be extremely happy to see. So yeah. Well, that's because it's not a cult. If it was a cult, I'd probably be a better quote-unquote cult leader. There is something weird about Microsoft making a not quite State of Decay, but definitely a game about leading a cult game. Long live this poorly run cult. Wow. It's not a cult. And the thing is, if it is a cult and I'm not in control, I'm just a figurehead, then who is in control of it? Alright, how much time have we got on the clock? Loads. Alright, we're going to head roughly back the way we came. I'm going to head the other way to one of the far-off shelters. My alter ego Fight Club style. I don't think I should have an alter ego. Not even really sure I should have a first ego some days. What's up, nerds? You don't have to worry. These guys are actually, in this run, these guys are homies. Two rules. Don't encourage Will. Don't encourage Will. Don't forget about Dre. Lovely. Nutrient-rich orange goo we found on the floor. So you know it's going to be a party. Not the captain of the longship, but the pretty maiden tied to the front. That's the nicest thing anyone said to me all day. Not actually true, but... Oh, Little Fire is 1000% correct. If anyone is actually in charge of the cult, it's Bonio. But it's not a cult, so Bonio's not in charge, and he's still not paying any rent! Okay. I don't see any falling feathers yet. So Thrain, is it implied that we need to do like the break the world blink teleport to piss the Weaver off so that he'll then spawn somewhere else? So we can do the March of the Slug Cats. But yeah, I guess aside from Asquillian announcements and a bunch of fucking cool games to get excited for, I haven't done anything super interesting. Made tasty food. I'm very excited about the mouth-washing folks are doing a co-op horror game where you drive a tank covered in like corpses that is weirdly, what's the word? The corpses are still weirdly alive. Because here we're further down the timeline because we're in the ruins. I still think this region might be like long after even the Saint, but I'm not sure. Oh, my life. Sorry about that. Biff in the jump. Oh yeah, no. So Thrain, that definitely was the Weaver. We got an achievement for meeting the Weaver. So, thankfully, we don't have to worry and decipher, because with Rainworld, it's entirely possible there could be yet another strange creature beyond comprehension, just hanging about. I am Jack's deadbeat skeleton roommate. That's good. Vershi has a chuck roast braising. The smell is torture. Oh, that does sound fucking good. Okay. Now, if I remember rightly, there is a teleportation point here. But if we keep going left, doesn't that lead us to the prince? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, so if we go left here, that does lead to talking to the prince. Aww. Should put down my business cards. I'm going to check this way, and if this doesn't work, fuck it, let's go say hi to the Prince of Rot. It can't make it worse, right? If we go say hi? Because the Prince does give us the ability to teleport about. Oh, and this isn't a teleport spot anymore. Something up here we haven't seen. Oh, this bit. This is the ziggurat. Fuck it. If we die, we die. For some reason I can't seem to get up there. Oh, you're fucking me sideways. It's alright. We slept at a good spot. We've got our karma good. Thank you, Thraim. Yeah, I think what we're going to do is, from this point here, we could trundle and go talk to the prince. Because, yeah, I recognise the prince's digestive tract any day. There he is. There's also a spot down that way we can hit. All right. But I apologize, friends. I am really starting to lose my conversational skills here. He who talks too much may have talked too much. Indeed, Aeon, and he who farts loudly is not invited back to all time. Yeah, I mean, I could start making up words, but the last time I did that, it got very confusing very quickly. And I did start to go a little bit peculiar, like Saturday night. Was it no, Sunday night. I've got this theory that I'm scratching at. I've been trying to work out a way that you can essentially quantify how trailers and stuff affect how people see a game, which I think is a good thing. And it's one of those, you know how sometimes you can understand a concept so clearly in your own mind, but as soon as you try and put it into words, it just sounds like incoherent madness babble. That was the point that I hit on Sunday night. For those of you who got in later, like, yesterday was a proper day off. I sat in my pants, I played video games, I watched the Chainsaw Man movie and the last episode of the current season of Invincible, and that was my day. I cooked lovely food for us, and then we played Sons of the Forest. I'm doing Jess and I have restarted it, so I'm hoping to like finish the story stuff with Jess, because people weren't enjoying watching that as a stream, which I understand, but the story is so good I need to finish it. So, you know, it's nice to have games to be excited about that I'm excited about off stream. I've got to find some new shows or some new YouTubian stuff. Because honestly, like, the only other thing that I'm, you know, super into watching is Jujutsu Kaisen. And I watch it very sparingly. I know I have to finish watching The Boys because I've seen so much of it. I just know it's going to be a lot. But that's it. You know, staying current with games and games news and streaming for you lovely lot is most of my active brain power. I guess I have been reading some cool kid books. Again, this is just kind of, I know I'm repeating myself, but I'm currently reading There Is No Anti-Memetics Division, which is an incredible book. Originally starting off as a series of SCP short stories and coming together as something. I've not read anything else like it. Okay. So there's going to be a save point up ahead, and then we can go say hello to the Prince of Rot. But we're not doing Prince of Rot stuff. We're going to be doing Weaver stuff. So I guess because either way we have to, you know, spread the rot and fuck with the timeline. Either way, we're doing the same kind of thing. It's just the Weaver's going to be miffed at us. And then I guess whatever we do after. So I guess that's it. Like for the Weaver, for the Watcher's playthrough, you get to choose which faction you're going to quote unquote ally with. And then after that, not yet. Well, so Aeon, actually, I don't know. in this playthrough, we're about to go see the prince for the very first time. And this fucking sadistic little trap right here. If you just walk straight out and head towards the food, you will get immediately eaten by the rot. Okay. So what was I going to say? Oh yeah, so Baron, what are you reading at the moment? What are you playing? Because I'm done with Dungeon Crawler Crawl for the moment. The next book is out. I might, come payday, start picking up the audiobooks to listen to while I'm, doing housework and cleaning. And I might do a reread, but I don't know. I'm also trying not to do what a lot of folks do when they get into Terry Pratchett, which is just read and reread nothing else. No matter how good something is, you can always burn yourself out if you're not careful. And I think it was Gideon was the book series you recommended me like 1,000 years ago. I tried reading China Mavel's book he did with Keanu Reeves, the one that's based on the Berserker series. And I can't tell if it's Snow Crash or if I'm supposed to be taking it seriously, but it's hard going, friends. It's hard going. Oh, nice. Dice, who reads those? Sorry, Dice Rolls. We're gonna need a nickname. This is like when we used to have another person with pun in their title, other than Pun Spectre. And then Pun Spectre ended up being the superior punmeister. Or pun slinger? I'm not sure what the correct verbiage is. Pun totem cowboy. If Terry Pratchett's so good, why haven't they made Terry Pratchett too? Well, funny story. Yeah. The early ones are Nigel Planter and the late ones are Stephen Briggs. Okay. Oh, the preferred term is Plundertaker. Plundertaker is just a fancy name for a pirate. Oh no! Dice Rolls was saying that some of the Witcher's books are read by Selena Emery, who isn't as good. That's a shame. I mean, I know those ones front to back so hard that I wouldn't be able to listen to audiobooks of the Discworld books that I love because the voices in my head are the canonical voices, and my brain would just scream heresy at any other performances. Fuck you, I knew that was going to happen. Bastards. It's hard to tell in some of these bits. It's hard to tell where the... And yes, you can float away. It's just a mite tricky. It's hard to tell which are tentacles that are your friends that are going to help you and which ones are bastards.
My favorite Discworld book is the first one they translated into Spanish. Discworld Book 1, as it were.
I went with you on that journey, Vershi. I was like, oh shit, is this going to be like I recently found out about the Japanese dub of the original Scary Movie, which is phenomenal, by the way. And I was like, oh shit, is it going to be like that? Does it turn out that, like, you know, somehow the Spanish cast were just phenomenal and they do it as like a full rate? No, no, you were setting me up. You set me up for a bit. But yeah, anyway, I bring all this up because at some point I am going to have to find a new book series to throw my brain into. Because you remember, like, at some point last year, the whole Sylvester Crystal meme popped up. If you don't know it, which is entirely fine, um, on Mexican, was it Mexican TV? Correct me if I'm wrong. Um, they started inserting Sylvester Crystal ads into known movies, but they did it by creating their own little like snippet, i.e., you know, like in Star Wars where Obi-Wan reaches to show Luke, you know, Anakin's lightsaber. They cut to a pair of hands reaching in to grab out a crisp Sylvester Crystal, plus the theme song. It's very funny. But when that went to full, you know, memetosphere, a bunch of people started posting like, "Oh, if you think that's funny, like, wait till you hear about like the, you know, I think it was it the German dub of Snakes on a Plane is supposed to be fucking brilliant." Man, my brain is goo still, but website says it's Chile. Thank you, Verdant. Yeah, yeah. Fuck you guys. Sorry, all of the hungry tendrils that can't reach me. Oh, I swear by the old gods, if that had been another death. I have to be so careful here. Which for a slug cat is a very difficult prospect. Oh, if you want to know, if you jump and the rot twitches or makes like a little flashing eye movement or something like that, that means it's sentient rot and it will fucking eat you. Some of those hanging tentacles you can hang off of. Some of them will pull you into the maw of the rot. Good times, good times. So yeah, this is a challenge. Okay. Okay. I also realize this area weirdly reminds me of the region, bless you, where the slug cats made their little like outer haven. Oh yeah, no, numbers. It's absolutely diabolical that it makes you do this. And then in this bit, you don't know for sure, but you have to make the jump up into the fucking guts of this thing. But I also understand that the Watcher is not supposed to be played until you have done everything else Rainworld wise. Like, this is not for first time players by any means. And I think this does a good job of not just piling on what if we did the same thing but more, as a lot of like DLCs and sequels do. But this gives you something new to be afraid of, something new to navigate. Like, so a lot of my downtime gaming is Steam Deck, and I was playing the Shinobi game because I've been meaning to get to it for a while, and I got to start playing it on the big telly. And I mean, if you're a fan of Floydo's work, you already know it's gorgeous and so well put together. However, let me tell you, it loses steam about the last third. And it definitely makes me appreciate just how good Silksong is, thanks to the amount of time and care it got. Because the Shinobi starts so strong, and by the end of it, it's thinly veiled, reused maps, same enemies. You know, what does it do to, you know, keep you playing? Gives them a shield, gives the enemies a shield, and makes you fight them over and over and over again with less checkpoints. Ooh, Number says, imagine what the Palace of Rot must smell like. Honestly, I think it smells like an awful kind of, maybe not sickly sweet, but because this is where the karma flowers, well, because karma flowers grow here naturally, so there's going to be like a whole bunch of like sweet pollen. I grew up very rural, and in the region nearby there was like flower oil. This, like, these huge fields of just yellow flowers, and the smell of it was just overwhelming. Give you like a thumping headache. So I imagine it being a little bit like that, and then a little bit like a. Oh, I'm gonna eat it. I guess the prince isn't awake yet. Damn, nothing? Damn, nothing? A few swimmers trying to kill me, but yeah, nothing. We can't teleport out. The presence already binds this place. Okay. Yes, the only place we can head out through is there. First she says, I bet it smells like Teen Spirit. Yeah, no, Aeon, you're right. The teleportation areas are the little side rooms with the flowers. And the more rot we spread, the more of these areas we can use. I was kind of curious to see, like, has anything changed with the Prince of Rot? Because it's now like the outer rim seems to be not quite, but almost the end of time. And Demon, Daemon, Daimios, whatever we're calling it, you know, the Weaver's region seems to be the center of it all. Not the beginning of time, but the center of time. Which is kind of rad. we see if the Weaver is pissed at me. Alright, and we're in Ridgeworks. Okay. Huh. Okay, we're in Ridgeworks, we're here. And if we can get a little bit of food and head up, we can sleep, and then... Oh, no! Back! This is bad. Oh. It's not looking good for Big Green. Okay, so we've jumped between portals a couple of times. Big Green got pulled in. So we just gotta have to leave him to be very confused with his life choices. Oh, this place is a fucking maze. Oh, I forgot how much this place sucks. Okay. So we've got to kind of fight for our right to party a little bit. But we've also got to get up to get down. So we're in a partial Beastie Boys scenario. Now it's okay because we've trained for this. Alright, so we need to find somewhere to snooze. We need to find it quickly. To do this, we have to go down, left, round the back. Oh, wait, no, hang on. Okay, down, right, snooze. Okay. Sorry, big guy. Beautiful. Call blimey, governor. Tim. Yeah, fucking brutally short circuit. Okay. So let's see if my time fuckery has pissed off the Weaver enough that he's shown up again. No. I mean, we've spread the rot, but... all we know, Numbers, is that we haven't encountered Pebs. We've been to several regions, and some of them have their own, like, day-night effects. Some of them have none at all. Like, some of them are actually safe at night, similar to the Artificer when you're above the clouds in the day-night cycle where you just get hunted by scabs. We don't know where Pebs fits in a few of these. Obviously, we know if you go back to the beginning before Pebs is made. And I do think that the outer rim, the area we were just at, yeah, I think the outer rim is long after everything, because it seems to be taking place in the ruins of, like, the Void Temples, maybe. The idea that the rot is something that's spread from what was left of Pebs or something like it's possible. Okay, so it takes up to 6 cycles, so we just have to live for 6 cycles. I can do that. I can do that. Should probably leave the explodey spear here if we're going to do that, but I can do that. Fuck. Fuck. Alright. Hey, you want some? Come get some. It's lucky I can't eat lizard. I will say, playing as both the hunter and the spearmaster is very, very satisfying. Just for that whole like, oh, you want to eat me? Oh, you want to eat me? Well, guess what? It's you who's on the menu now. And your nan. Nope. No. Nope, nope, nope. Nope. Those are some big angry swimmers. Oh. Yeah, go eat your dinner somewhere else, mate. Oh my god. So, because of the way I killed that blue lizard, I can't get into my own house. If I just fucking left him. Karma, you messy bad word. Alright, fine, you win this round. Okay. So what I'm going to do, friends, I'm going to try and get at least another cycle or so on the books. Hope that that'll be enough to get the Weaver to appear. And then we'll do credits and say thank yous. I am taking tomorrow off. The reason I didn't want to take today off and do like a 2-day weekend was because I haven't gotten to do a Rainworld session proper in far too long. And the cravings are real. Same why I'm also not taking a day off on Thursday, because blueprints. You know, Summer Gamesfest got to eat a lot of my brain power. So, okay, not you guys. Oh shit, the bed, I nearly fell to my death. Which, I don't think would have been good. Like, I don't actually have any kind of like formal medical training or anything along those lines, but I'm gonna say I think falling to your death can be detrimental to one's health. Like and subscribe for more Dr. Will tips. With such great advice as, don't eat that. Don't put that in your mouth. But yeah, as for what's actually going to be going down this week stream wise, it's just going to be tomorrow off. Thursday will be Blueprints. Friday will be Barony. Maybe Barony with Baron. Like a Barony squared. Where am I? Oh. Oh shit, I didn't know that worked. And on Saturday, I'm very proud to announce that the illustrious placeholder will finally be joining us for a stream. So stay tuned for more information on that. You know, obviously, I don't want to tell you everything that's going to be happening with placeholder because I don't want to give it away. But, you know. Fuck! No! No! Alright, I'm hopeful. Jesus, that blue lizard is booking it. Alright, alright. Sorry, the white lizard is a... I didn't even know they could go that fucking fast. Come on, blue lizard. Anjanan, Anjanan. Get me out of here. Fuck. Jesus. I see a new variant that just goes at Mark 3. Yeah, Aeon, like, you know, when placeholder does show up for a stream, it's usually a good time. Alright. Am I about to get saved by a drop week? Because I see it there. No, it's fighting the wrong guy. Man, where's everyone? Where's every lizard today a fucking coward? Okay, okay. So now what we've got to do is somehow get back. Ah, cool. Not Charlie in the Chocolate Factory, but I have no way of knowing where the fuck we're going. And we're back on Demos. I'm going to keep calling it Demos, because it makes me smile. Fuck. Well, we don't want to go down a rim. That's not open yet, so... Okay, I guess we're going over there. Alright. So we're going to get our sorry ass to a shelter. And then I shall bring our little adventures to a close. But I've no doubt we've got some homies that are streaming tonight. I will say, if you do see a little fire stream pop up, either tonight, tomorrow, the next couple of days, please do all jump on in. Jess has been doing battle with technical problems, life, the universe, and everything. Okay. Oh, I'm back at Shattered Terrace. Oh, I think we've got a full belly. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah, I need to bring this to a close. That was a very stupid mistake. And if that had gotten me killed there, boy howdy. Oh, and we are right here with a squad of these guys. What's up? Oh, I've got enough food in my belly. Okay.
Mr. Premium will stream. Not if I can help it. That's what we are here for, with a side of minor panic smile.
Thank you, Bacon. Thank you. I know what it's like when technical problems fuck up your shit. It is infuriating. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. All right, so the Weaver hasn't arrived yet. Oh, but we did achieve the monk, which doesn't do anything for us in this, but okay. So as my brain is leaking out of my ears, thank you all for joining me for a run around of the big emotional gut punch of the Watcher and talking about them video games and the whole shebang. This has been really cool, and you know, last week was a lot. It was a lot, but yesterday was nice. I feel like I actually earned a day off. I feel like I worked for it. So thank you all. There's nothing else to be saying. I hope whatever you do for the rest of the evening, you have a great one. If you've chucked in cash or gifted subs or what have you, seriously, thank you. Spending a week talking about the ills and darknesses and hard times of the games industry definitely highlights how lucky I am to have you all. So, yeah, whether it was a tiny bit in memery and chaos or whether it was a shitload of cash or what have you, thank you. And to that end, I'd like to thank the following people. Well, people strong. Slugcat aficionados, individuals press ganged into the longship. I don't know, take your pick. So, to Ortrizzi, Megaboss Bois, Cigarette Cameron, Little Fire, little hottie I know, Shark Gremlin. Oh, I remember now. Gremlin Shark, Forest Shark, PP Shark, Desert Shark, Shark Sharkington, and Arctic Shark, followed by complete global saturation and Shark Training Penguin. You're all arseholes. I take back everything nice I said. You're all nubbins. Then Ketro and Lyris and Forrest, thank you. To Divershi, Eriman, Simple Chaos, Scotty, Akari, Puns, J-Post, Bacon, and Vanderbeast, and Lyris Dragon. Like, thank you. Alright. Oh, apparently they changed the credits, so it now lists those of you who used power-ups. So Scotty and Simple Chaos, thank you for taking a small emote and making it a big one. And last, but by no means least, thank you so much to the mods. Like, everyone was cool during Summer Games Fest, but, you know, Nova, Caffeine, Moose, Tal, they put in a lot of hours behind the scenes. Is it Sneak? Is it Sneak? Verdant, thank you for spinning duck. Loris, seriously, that's a one more buck. One more buck, one more day. Just thank you. And now there were plenty of squats. It's been more than enough. Not Lyris. Thank you.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh my life. Final Shark. There's still not enough to unseat Stepagen. And we had last week was a feckin' squillion of the different butts. But seriously, all of you, thank you. Right! So where can I pass you? Your choices are a spot of Nintendo, a spot of Elden Ring. A spot of D's nuts. Not helping! D's isn't streaming right now. Or even a spot of Destiny. Alright, so I've got some Nintendo, I've got some Destiny, and I've got some Elden Ring. You know, nothing bombastic, but... There's one guy streaming Rain World, but I don't know if he's a knob or not. Let me check my calculations. I was actually doing some complex math, and no, he's a massive knob end. We proved it with science. Knob science. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah. Alright, Viral says Nintendo. Alright, I'm passing you all over to Barry. I don't get to raid Barry very often. Both. Right. Barry's doing some Tomodachi Life. For those who don't know, Barry is a fellow Strange Scaffold supporter and Puzzle Sicko lover. So you'll be in good company. I know it's a busy stream, but, you know, should be entertaining. Should keep you company. And that's it. Yeah. So again, no stream tomorrow. Back on Thursday with Blueprints. I hope you'll have a fucking good rest of your night. If you haven't met Barry, glad I'm going to get to introduce you. And yeah, that's about it. I was hoping DJ was live. I don't know, I don't know what was going down, but like Dan Jones was hitting like 3,000 people yesterday with Elden Ring. I wanted to congratulate him because fucking cool kid numbers. Yeah. But I'm guessing yesterday was a lot, and hopefully DJ's actually taking something that resembles time off. Right. So, that's it. Bye. Peace. Get out of my house. You can come back later, but you have to leave. Brain descends into madness. Okay.